We have to go live. We have to go live. Good morning and welcome. We are coming to you live from the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground, Hong Kong. It's the ACC Women's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023, Day 2, Match number 3. Pakistan A taking on Nepal in what will be a brilliant contest. We saw two wonderful games being played out on Day 1, and we're all set for two mouth-watering games as well. Just the right time to head across to the centre for the pitch report.
ACC Women's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. It continues with all its flair here in Hong Kong's Tin Kwong Cricket Ground. We're all set for Pakistan A to take on Nepal. The captains have arrived in the middle. The captain of Nepal, Rubina Chetri. The captain of Pakistan A, Fatima Sana. To oversee the toss, our match official would be Varsha Nagre. The coin will go up now. Tails is the call. And tails it is. Rubina, you won the toss. What's your decision?
I will bowl first.
Choosing to bowl first, is it because of the surface of the sky?
Yeah, definitely.
As far as the conditions here are concerned, you must have watched yesterday's game as well. How much did you get to learn from it?
Actually, I thought the later half will be little bit flat and easier to bat. So the earlier it's like little bit of swing and moisture in the wicket. So we thought we have a good fast bowler and good spinner. So it will help our bowlers to bowl in the good areas. And if we take good early wickets, it will definitely help.
You yourself are in form with the bat as well.
Yeah, I can say that.
As far as the previous tour is concerned, do you think that was the right way to find out the balance required for this very important tour?
Yeah, definitely. We played international tournament after 1 year, the last five matches, and this luckily we get in thanks to the Asian Cricket Council and Cricket Association of Nepal. They have put on the efforts that we can participate here, and we'll try and cash in the efforts as much as we can in this tournament.
In Malaysia, you tested the bench strength as well. You picked the same side this time around as well?
Yes, we have gone with the same side because we want to give younger player more exposure, because we have brought a young side and we want them to play as much as they can and get the right squad for the World Cup qualifiers.
You ask the Nepal girls, they tell you Rubina Chetri knows surfaces. Rubina Chetri talks about Hong Kong really, really well. You've been here before. What's your experience like now?
It's been like a wonderful experience last in the fair break also, and last in 2016 also, because there are lots of Nepalese prepare here. They came to support us and they have been continuously messaging us, and that's one of our fan base that we have created in cricket, and they loved us a lot, and we actually love to play here because it's like our home condition, second home condition, so I love to play here.
Finally, what's the message from the coach for this very important encounter, the first game?
We try and give a good fight, a match. It's a match. It can be go in any other way. So we want to give it our best, and we want to prove that we are here to play.
All the best. Give us a lovely game.
Thank you very much.
Fatima, had you won the flip of the coin battle, what would you have done? क्या करते आप?
कोशिश हमारी भी बॉलिंग की थी, लेकिन कोई नहीं, बट अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है बैटिंग की, तो हम उसको अवेल करेंगे.
क्या आसमां भी आपके जहन में रहेगा जिस तरीके से आप स्कोर बनाने की कोशिश करेंगे?
बिल्कुल, बैटर्स को एक मैसेज चला जाएगा कि वेदर इस तरह का, कंडीशन इस तरह की है, तो उस हिसाब से मैनेज करें, तो इंशाल्लाह वो लोग कोशिश करेंगे.
ऐसे दो टीमों के बीच में आज जंग है जिनके कप्तान या हांगकांग में बहुत खेल चुके हैं.
बिल्कुल, रुबीना के साथ मैंने खेला है लास्ट 2 months बिफोर, तो इंशाल्लाह यही है कि उम्मीद अच्छी है.
किन एस्पेक्ट्स के बारे में आपसे बाकी टीममेट्स पूछते हैं, खासकर हांगकांग के बारे में अगर आप बताना चाहें तो?
आउटफील्ड, पिचेस एंड किस तरह की कंडीशंस हैं, वेदर किस तरह का है, यही जी.
इतनी टैलेंटेड टीम, उसके कप्तान हैं आप, कैसी फीलिंग है?
बिल्कुल, बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ और कोशिश करेंगे कि हम लोग अच्छा खेलें.
एक आखिरी सवाल, कितने में रोकना चाहेंगे आप इन्हें?
कोशिश करेंगे कि मैक्सिमम कम से कम में ही रोकें, 100 से ऊपर ना जाने दें, तो हमारी कोशिश यही होगी. बाकी लेट्स सी.
All the very best. You've got to put runs on the board, sir. All the best.
Thank you.
So the news from the center. It's Nepal who won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
Well, certainly the windy conditions, the overcast conditions prompting the captain to field first. We'll take a look at the playing 11s. Pakistan have, there's Ayman Fatima, Shawal, Zulfikar, Sadaf Shamas, Natalia Parvez, Gul Firoza, Najia Alvi, Fatima Sana Khan, the captain we saw at the toss. Ume Hani, Tuba Hassan, Saeed Aroob, Shah and Anosha Nasir. For Nepal, it's going to be
Rubina Chetri, the skipper, Sita Rana Magar, Indu Barma, Kabita Kunwar, the fast bowling all-rounder, Kabita Joshi, Ashmina Karmacharya, Kritikara, Mara Sini, Bindu Rawal, Apsari Begum, Samjana Kharka, and Jyoti Pandey with the gloves.
Let's see how the surface will also play out. We'll quickly head across to the center. Day 2 of the Women's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023, and we have a fresh wicket for the 2 matches lined up today. Yesterday we saw everything. We saw runs being scored, we saw the ball that took turn. At the same time, we saw that if you really want to bend your back like Maruf Akhtar did for Bangladesh A, you can get the ball to climb on the batters as well. Credit to the curators for dishing out a T20 wicket, a sporting wicket. I see no big difference between the wicket that was played behind yesterday and this one that's today. But one glaring difference is the good length spot. That's because yesterday at the good length spot it was completely flat. But here we get to see some live grass as well. So this will be an interest point for the seamers up front. If they can pitch the ball in the right areas, they can certainly ask a few questions to the batters up front. Nevertheless, make no mistake, today's weather forecast suggests that there could be rain as well coming in, because we have a dark blanket of cloud hovering over us, and this could mean that this will be factored in at the toss when the captains come in as well. Nevertheless, what we've seen traditionally, captains winning the toss want to bat first and they want to put the runs on the board and then defend it. Nevertheless, looking at the strip, once again we can safely say it's a good wicket and everything has something in it, be it a spinner, pacer or a batter. You can play through the line as well. So this will be a good wicket where the runs will nicely come onto the bat in this particular game. So it's going to be a tough call for the captains to decide, keeping in mind they need to factor in the weather as well. Otherwise, it's another fine wicket and there's runs galore.
Yeah, thanks, Mikhail. I think you hit every single point there, and you're absolutely right about this weather. It was really hot and toasty when we approached the ground, but now that blanket of clouds over the sky. And I have a feeling we talked about this yesterday as well. In both games, captains choosing to bat first, but in this occasion, Nepal choosing to field first. I think a big reason for that could be the DLS factor.
Absolutely, Jay Dansinghani quite rightly pointed out that's something that you need to keep in mind, because we are seeing a big difference between the weather yesterday and today. It was bright and sunny, and today it's like completely overcast. So the seamers will play a role to play. The Nepal team making their way out. Rubina Chetri, what a skipper she's been for the side. What a player. Certainly she'll want the best out of her players as well. And Pakistan, they've done a lot of hard work before coming into this tournament. I was just reading about their preparatory camp, going through different kinds of trials, and here they are making their way to the middle.
Yeah, it looks like Shawal Zulfikar will be opening things up, and I suspect it's Aiman Fatima opening the batting with her. They opened the batting at the Under-19 World Cup as well for Pakistan, so I wouldn't be surprised if once again they start things off at the top of the innings for Pakistan A.
Oh yes, a good mix of experience and youth in the Pakistan A side. As many as 6 players have already played for the national side, 3 of them coming from the under-19 ranks. What an opportunity and platform for them. That's why this will be quite a test as well, keeping in mind the conditions may just be a little conducive for bowling. It'll be a good contest between bat and ball. Nepal, as always, will create moments, and Pakistan traditionally have always had the reputation of pulling something out of the bag every now and then.
Yeah, no doubt. A lot of talent, a lot of promise in this Pakistan A team. Shawal Zulfikar, just like we suspected. She's going to be facing the first ball. Shawal Zulfikar. She's not exactly a belligerent stroke maker. Played more of an anchor role at that Under-19 World Cup. And she's going to be on strike for the first ball. It's Kabita Kunwar for Nepal opening the bowling. Here we go, first ball. She's done well, both the batter and that fielder at backward point. A single, to open up game 3.
Oh yes, good all-round cricket. Not the best of deliveries, but you can give the benefit of doubt. Quite a loosener there. Short and wide, but look at that fielding effort backward of point. That was travelling, and look at the timing of the dive. Brilliant cricket there by Bindu.
Yeah, Bindu Rawal's going to have a role to play with the bat as well. The left-handed left-handed middle order bat, Bindu Rawal. And Kabita Kunwar, sometimes she tends to bat at the top of the order, but more often than not, operates with the new ball. Look at that, right on the money. Love that, a bit of shape. You were signaling that as well just now, Mikhail.
A bit of late movement, yes, slip in place. You just want to edge one. Everything right now is about focusing and getting it in the right areas as far as Nepal is concerned. Ayman Fatima played for Pakistan in the Under-19 World Cup.
Yeah, she was their top scorer, in fact, in that tournament. There's a second slip in position. Interesting field placing, Mikhail.
Yes, and that's exactly for this kind of a delivery that she just dished out. Late movement. Just wonder what was Fatima trying to do over there, because there's a third in place, beg your pardon. Slip in place as well. And she's trying to steer it down.
It's a very interesting field set. We have a second slip. We've got a gully. Got a deep third as well. Kabita, what she got in store? Oh, she's favoring that fuller length delivery. That's the third Yorker that she's nailed in succession.
And if this is how Kabita will continue to bowl, it's not a bad toss to... It's a good toss to win, rather. Look at that. Just straightened and then moved out. Beautiful piece of swing bowling. Great exhibition.
Made just a little bit straighter. Just a little bit straighter. I think that's what she's aiming for. But it's so good to see her get through her action to kick off that series against Malaysia. Just struggled for rhythm a little bit, but she's been right on the money so far. Still early days, but a good start here for Nepal after winning the toss and choosing bowl first. Now, tell you what, that's exactly what I would have done as well, given this weather.
Oh yes, contrasting weather to what it was on day one. Bright and sunny, oppressive heat. And all of a sudden now, English-like conditions, Jay.
I wouldn't mind if it got 5 degrees colder. Again, Fuller, big appeal. They're celebrating. And yes, the finger does go up. Nepal, they pick up their first wicket in the very first over. And it's the dangerous opener for Pakistan A, who has to walk back to the dugout.
And that's exactly what I was talking about at the pitch report. You get it in the right area with the light grass and the overcast conditions. This can certainly create moments for the bowling side. Fatima Sana has to depart. She wasn't able to get going. And what a strike here by Kabita. Take a look at it once again.
Yeah, that outside edge and that second slip we were talking about coming into play. Rubina Chaitri, you deserve credit for that wicket as well. Fantastic captaincy. The field set working to perfection. And I can see Khyati Gulani as well nodding her head in the background.
Yeah, absolute delight there for the fielders and the bowler, and great captaincy as well to have that slip positioned in the right area. We did talk about a widest slip there, and that came in so handy at this stage. Pressure on Pakistan A. Sadaf makes her way to the middle. Team tottering at 1 for 1 in the first over. Brilliant cricket here by Nepal.
Interesting decision to go with spin from the other end. It's Kritika Marasini, the former under-19 skipper. She's going to be coming in from the Argyle Street end. It's not easy with these short boundaries like we spoke of yesterday. Here we go, first ball for Kritika. Oh, a bit of a loosener. Pumped down the ground. It should be cut off by Ashmina Karmacharya. And yes, she keeps it down to a single.
I just wonder if Captain Rubina Chetri would just want to bring in another seamer from the other end as well, keeping in mind the conditions, unless they've only gone with a side heavily loaded with spin. But otherwise, not a bad ploy to have pace from both ends at this stage, Jay.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. Let's take a look at that wicket again. Indu Burma, perfectly positioned. They planned that, Nepal. Great start to the game for them.
Certainly helped their confidence. Marasini, yeah. That's in the air, but that's in the gap as well. There's protection in the deep.
Nice.
Sadaf is off the mark with a single towards covers.
I'll tell you one thing working in Nepal's favour is the fact that they're fresh off that 5-match series against Malaysia. Another look at that wicket. Fuller delivery. Once again, finding that shape away from the right-hander. A near perfect first over from Kabita Kunwar. Oh, this time Kritika Marasini going with the full-length delivery. Seems to be a deliberate tactic here from Nepal.
Just fighting it, giving it a lot of loop, and that's exactly what Shawal is also indicating. Just tempting her into the big hit or the drive maybe.
Driven, work to do. Ashmina, for the second time of the over, keeps it down to just a single. I think what's required at this stage is just a period of stability for Pakistan. They don't want to lose too many more wickets in the power play. Maybe if you get to around 30 at the end of the power play, then you can launch. Driven, a half volley. Work to do. Deep cover. Will she cut it off? Absolutely not. First boundary this for Pakistan. Sadaf. Beautiful shot.
Great looking shot there from the bat of Sadaf. Just like the way it made connection with the bat and then left for a wonderful four through covers. And that's what they need to do. They need to capitalize on the loose deliveries. That was too full, wide. Just the perfect invitation for a drive. And look at that.
Tries to guide it away for a single. Straight to backward point. End of a good over for Pakistan. 7 runs off it. They're 8 for 1 after 2.
Good going. Come on, Kabbu. IQ over Hey, come on. Good going, Kabbu.
It's going to be Kabita to continue. What a first over that was.
Bowling, Kabbu, bowling. Come on.
Shawal Zulfikar, she's got her job cut out for her. Still looking for her first boundary. Again, that full-length delivery. Mate, I gotta say, that's 5 Yorkers that I've counted so far. 5 pinpoint accurate Yorkers.
Absolutely, Jay. Well-directed Yorkers, you call. And she's also getting shape on it. Never easy if you're a batter who just walked in. This is an exhibition of very fine swing bowling here by Kabita Kunwar. Very impressive by this young girl.
She does it time and time again. The right arm seamer again the outside edge. There's a deep third in place. It looks like Kabita Joshi down there who keeps it down to 1. But keeps threatening that outside edge, Kabita Kunwar.
And she's doing it with good pace as well, Jay. That's the interesting point about it. Usually you would see a gentle medium pacer floating in, but this one's pacey and nippy off the surface as well. What an asset to a captain, Kabita Kunwar.
Love that hairstyle as well. Very neat. A little bit of flair as well in the middle. That's loose. And it's been put away a little bit uppish. But she got the elevation on that. And it goes down towards that deep third area for the second boundary of the innings.
And that was a good shot as well. It was wide. It was in the slot. The license to just about throw a bat at it. Once it was over, backward of point, it was always going to go for a 4. And the good news for the batters is that the outfield is not as heavy as it was yesterday. So they will find a lot of value for runs.
A little bit on the legs, pushed. They're running for the shot. I tell you what, bit of a misfield there. Samjana Karka, a clean collection, a shy at the non-striker's end. That could have been the second wicket.
That was a good run, a single after a boundary. Sensible cricket. You don't want the bowler to dominate you. Kabita Kunwar is on a high at the moment, riding on a sea of confidence.
Eased away. Extra cover does well. No, but this is exactly what Pakistan need. Even if you're not getting the boundaries, Pakistan A, you got to keep that strike rotating. You got to keep the scoreboard ticking over, as they say.
Yes, get to the other end as much as possible. Minimum risk, maximum runs. Keep the scoreboard ticking should be the plan for Pakistan.
Last ball. Guided away. Deep third, keeps it down to a single in spite of a fumble. Another decent over here for Pakistan. 7 runs off it once again. They're going at exactly 5 runs and over. 15 for 1 after 3. Batting card, Sadaf, 10 off 5 with those 2 boundaries. The only 2 boundaries in the innings so far. But Pakistan, they need to build a bit of a partnership here. And we've all seen what can happen when you establish a nice platform, when you don't lose too many wickets in the first 10 overs. It allows you to just go hard towards the end. A change of bowling. Mikhail last one, you're getting exactly what you asked for. Ashmina Karmacharya, the right comes into the attack.
You have a new ball conducive to pace. I suggest good idea.
She's got so much potential as well, Ashmina. That fantastic 5-wicket haul against the UAE at the ACC Women's T20 Championship just over a year ago. I put the markers on a friendly full toss, eased away through extra cover, and they're going to come back for 2. That's a good bit of running.
And that'll be a free hit as well, because that was above waist height. And this means that Pakistan have a chance to just about tee off as well.
Free hit coming up. Eased. Oh, Mikhail, free hit. Surely you've got to throw the kitchen sink at that.
Everything at that. Honestly, very lucky there, Ashmina, but she's come back well in this delivery. Interestingly, there's no slip in place. There's a short third. 4 on the off inside the circle. There's a cover sweeper as well.
Again a full toss. Again, eyes on the umpire. I think this is just about okay. But she's got to land it. She's got to land that ball to create any sort of issues for Pakistan A.
You sense she's just trying too hard at the deliveries. Maybe now she just needs to let it go and land it in the right areas.
I think what she's trying to do is find the block hole, just like Kabita Kunwar. That's much better. An action replay keeps going through the covers, doesn't it?
But a good partnership here brewing between the two batters, Shawal and Sadaf. And this is exactly what they need to do. That one odd delivery will come by. Fatima back in the dugout very early in the innings. It's over to Shawal and Sadaf now.
Eased away this time. She's found the gap, just waited on that. Races across this outfield. Another boundary, first of the innings for Shawal Zulfikar, and she moves into double figures.
Oh yes, short and wide. Beautifully cut away. There's not much power in it, but the placement and timing, impeccable.
2 balls left in the over. Another expensive one here for Nepal. Comes wide of the crease. She tries to go over the top. Just about clearing that fielder at mid-off. The chase is on. Just slows up in the outfield a touch. Kritika Marasini keeps it down to 2. But I like this intent.
Are you ready, boy? Come on, guys.
Oh yes, caution with aggression at the moment between both the batters. Just over mid-off. For a moment Ashmina thought she had her batter. But this is turning out to be a very good over for Pakistan. Already 11 in the first 5.
Tries to work that away. Quick single. Should make it in quite comfortably. Yeah. Wise decision to not throw there from Bindu Rawal. But the best over of the innings, a very expensive one. 12 runs off it. It's 27 for 1 after 4.
Going, guys. Good going. Come on, cheer up, come on. Come on, Kabbu.
Nepal taking a wicket in the very first over after winning the toss and choosing to bowl. But since then, Pakistan have recovered well. 15 for Shawal Zulfikar. Double figures as well for Sadaf. She's 11 off 6. 3 boundaries in this innings so far.
And they're going at a fair clip as well. 15 after 3, 27 after 4. The run rate over 6.
Kavita, can she get one back? That's well bowled. Interesting decision as well. Give Kabita Kunwar a third over. I agree with it, but I'm sure Pakistan know Kabita is one of the danger bowlers for Nepal.
And the surface is only going to get better to bat on. Jay could see by that delivery. And that's why it's important you give Kavita the ball as much in these conditions up front.
Push down the ground. Ooh, a bit of a misfield. It should allow them to scamper through for a single. And I wonder how long before we see a bit of a change in tactic from Nepal. Maybe someone like a Sita Rana Mugger coming into the attack, or Rubina Chaitri bringing herself on.
Because this partnership is just growing in confidence. Run a ball 16 for Shawal. Sadaf has just about batted without any hiccups. 11 and 6 for her.
Again pushed. Again, they're looking for that single. Putting pressure on Rubina Chaitri, who lets out a big grunt. Bit of frustration on the face of that Nepal skipper, Rubina Chaitri.
But wonderful conditions to play cricket. We are at the Tin Kwong Recreation Ground here. A wonderful contest between Pakistani and Nepal unfolding in the middle.
Oh, wild swing. Absolutely no need to do that from Shawal Zulfikar. Worth taking a look at that.
He is just throwing a bat at it. It's a percentage game sometimes, cricket. You have to take your chances, Jay.
Mate, I tell you what. I was that kind of batter when I was young. I would throw the bat at absolutely anything that was wide. Better length, much better length. Once again threatening the outside edge. Once again finding that block hole.
Only 2 runs so far in this over, and that's what Kavita Kunwar can do. Contain and strike at the same time. Much fuller underneath the bat. And some shape on it as well.
If I had $1 for every time she's beaten the bat today, Kavita Kunwar. Good start from her. Ah, I'll put the markers on her. Yeah, you got to go a little bit straighter, Kavita Kunwar. I can see what she's trying to do. Get that angle into the right-hander, that shape away. And she's been the star of the show so far for Nepal. But it's the support from the other end. There just hasn't been enough support here from the Argyle Street end.
Very good observation there, Jay. She's lacked support at the other end.
Final ball to the 5th. That's guided. Once again into the deep. They're thinking about 2 and wisely decide against it. A much, much better over. Just 4 runs off it. After 5 overs, Pakistan A are 31 for 1. And we're going to get a change in commentary. Khyati Gulani and Suhas Vedam jumping in behind the mic.
Change in bowling. Bowling right arm over. Bowling right arm over. Why can't it be? The mark go over. Let it be top. Mark go. Come on, Josie. Beat kara, Josie. Beat kara. Come on. Are you quick? Kritika, he started for you know. How you start to go? Ball back to you.
Very eventful 5 overs. 31 for 1 Pakistan A after being asked to bat first. Joshi, who was phenomenal the recent tour as well. We'll get that single. This is so heartwarming to watch, isn't it, Khyati? Inside the 30-yard circle, straight to the fielder, but the batter knows exactly how hard she's hit it, and it already calculated if 22 yards is possible.
As a coach, I'm really impressed the way they are playing, how they started, and Pakistan is known for taking. Oh, that's out! Great delivery by Joshi.
All it took was 2 to 3 deliveries for Joshi to be in that scorecard. Absolutely clueless. The coaches talk about the top of off stuff. And that's exactly what Joshi has delivered. Sadaf Shamas has got to take the long walk back. Dismissed for 12. She was looking good in those 8 deliveries, but one slow, loopy delivery does the trick for Joshi. Pakistan lose their second wicket. 32 for 2.
Josie, good going, Josie. ऐसा नहीं खिलाई रखो है. Come on. Good bowling, Josie. Just focus.
Natalia is the new batter in, along with Shawal, who's playing on 18 of 21 balls. Natalia Parvez is the new batter.
Towards you. That's the leg stump.
The way they have started
Come on, Josie.
is commendable, but they lost their first wicket in the first over, which I won't say that it was a great thing. It against their script. It's a white ball, signaled by the umpire. Bowler needs to bowl this ball again.
Come on.
Let's see this wicket. Didn't get a chance.
Nice one.
Straight back to Joshi. Yes, you were mentioning that the batter didn't get a chance to do what?
Didn't get a chance to save herself.
This should be taken. And the person with the gloves usually pouches it. Now is the time to run near her, not when she is trying to take that catch. Pakistan A lose another and do so very quickly. Joshi, the bowler with the golden arm, induces the edge. The top edge means the ball's going nowhere, only into the hands or the gloves of the keeper Jyoti. She doesn't drop any.
I really like the way they are celebrating each wicket, supporting each other, backing each other, enjoying together. That's a great atmosphere on the ground. Natalia Parvez is going back to the pavilion.
Feroza has come out to the middle. And Gul Feroza is inheriting a scorecard that she's not going to be proud of. 33 for 3. Imagine sitting at the back of the dressing room, just about getting started, and suddenly you had to pad up, also being number 5. Joshi, the number of runs she gives, she picks up those many wickets too. Almost another. Asking all kinds of questions here, Joshi. Well, what a way to end the over. The 6 overs are done and dusted with more cushion allowed for the bowlers now, with the power play restrictions being lifted. 33 for 3.
Yes, exactly. After this, they can use more fielders at the boundary.
Khyati, the sun has been kind today by not showing up.
Exactly, but I think that this is a sigh of relief for all the players and the people who are sitting outside the boundary.
18 to 21 is Shovel, who is holding the key for a good total for Pakistan A from here on. Feroza has just joined her. That's because Ayman, Sadaf and Natalia, 2 of whom did not even trouble the scorers, find themselves back in the hut. Can Pakistan come out of this? Come out of this scenario, come out of this rut. They're a very experienced side, Pakistan A, led by Fatima Sana, who's played a lot of cricket here in Hong Kong. And I asked her at the toss, what are those aspects that they usually talk about, the other teammates to you? She said outfield. Outfield, something that they're concerned about. But it looks like outfield is still in syllabus. The surface, they didn't read it properly. But she also admitted she would have bowled first as well had she won the toss. Sita Rana Magar with a warm-up delivery.
I think Suhas, they need to spend some time in the middle to bounce back in the game. Not much damage has been done, but yes, they have lost their important wickets, 3 wickets. But these batters need to spend little time, need to be comfortable in the middle, need to understand the behavior.
This is okay. Didn't turn as much. Sita Rana Magar, a wily old customer, just flirting a little bit with the wide line. So many match-winning performances for Nepal. Come the big game, she performs, Sita Rana Magar. And of course, that mentorship that you receive as a young girl in the side from Sita Rana Magar is priceless. Gul couldn't have asked for an easier delivery to get off the mark. Put away in style for 4. Sita Rana Magar has wrapped the gift and put a ribbon on top of it.
Exactly. If you need to capitalize on such bowls so that the momentum should go on. If you're not getting to rotate the strike, you need to capitalize on the balls which are easier to play. You need to convert that into the boundaries.
Oh, the misfield. Sita Rana Magar is not happy. Sometimes during misfields, you really wish as a bowler if that run could be written against not your name but the fielder's.
Exactly. That is called passing the buck.
Very well flighted, but easily played down the ground because they know they've got a boundary in this over, and this is the consolidation phase. This is good batting from Shovel and Feroza. Now, what stands out about Shawal Zulfikar is that she absorbs pressure. 19 or 22 when wickets are falling around her. Straight back to Sita Rana Magar, who's unfazed by that extra bit of spin that she wants to impart on the ball. Does so very easily, doesn't she? At the end of 7, 41 for 3. The talk in the circles is that Sita Rana Magar releases the ball similarly, but one turns very much, the other goes on straight. it's a bit like Ravindra Jadeja, but he himself doesn't know which one's going to turn, which one's going to go straight, let alone the batter.
Yes, definitely. I think that she might have got the spot where to, from where to turn the ball and from where she's getting the straighter delivery.
Chadi, how much of it is skill and how much of it is the surface? Good ball.
I think it's all about the mindset, the execution, and how you're reading the pitch and the batter.
Being entering into a zone where Joshi is coming of her own. Beautiful delivery. This didn't bounce as much. I really hope it's not an indication of what is to come. There's still a very new... Now the sing. Shawal was screaming. Feroza said, "You're hallucinating." We got Mikhail Vaswani with someone special from the Pakistan A squad.
Pakistan A team, Mr. Mohsin Kamal. Mr. Kamal, 7 overs gone, 41 for 3 to begin with. How do you see this situation? And also, what is the kind of total that you feel is going to be safe for your side?
I think 120 plus runs would be, I think, enough to get Nepal. Yeah.
Right. Just coming back to the preparation of your team and in the build-up to this tournament, I believe that you all had a 15-day camp and you worked on different kinds of skills. One being called rather the scenario-based matches. Did one of those matches have this kind of a scenario that you'll find yourself in?
Before having the camp, we had a tournament, T20 tournament, where 4 teams participated. About 60 players were playing from the Pakistan different regions, and this team was against 3 teams, and we had about 3 matches before we had our camp. And our camp was basically based on more of a scenario matches and practice matches against the boys. We had a good preparation. We have a squad of a good bunch of batsmen and very good bowling side, spinners and bowlers. I mean, the whole squad is full of enthusiastic players. The conditions are a little bit different here. Obviously, we knew that it is going to be a little bit humid and a little bit cloudy. Now, as far as this ground is concerned, it's a little bit damp on the slower side. Right. So having 43 for 6, it's not the end of the world. Still 13 overs still to go. We are expecting to have 120-30 runs.
Right, 46 for 3, good way to end the over. A nice boundary as well coming in, much needed one. आपकी टीम में एक अच्छा सा मिक्स है, players who played for the national side, under 19 players भी है. How important is this blend when you're coming for a ACC tournament where you have a Pakistan A side जब आ रहे हैं, तो आपको ये blend कैसा लगता है? How much beneficial it is?
Our team is totally based on emerging players. I mean, it's Fatma Sana and Tuba, who has already played for national, but not that much. But they are still very young, and the rest of the team is based on the emerging players who is going to be, inshallah, in future playing for the national sides. It's a good experience for this young side. I mean, even for the other countries who have come in this tournament. The ACC has organized a brilliant tournament here for the emerging players. I mean, who are under development, you know, players who can in future can play for their countries.
हाँ जी, हम इसी के बारे में बात करना चाहेंगे आपसे. ये जो मौका दिया है एशियन क्रिकेट काउंसिल ने, where they have the 8 teams of full member nations with the top teams of the associate nations playing. ये पहले बार ये endeavor आया. It's like an inaugural edition. How important it is, and how much do you want to credit the ACC for such?
I think this is a very good initiative by the ACC for the youngsters and for the emerging players who want to play and have a pressure about these games. You know, how they can handle the games. You know, when they play against the developing countries and the countries who want to test out their players, you know, and this is a brilliant platform for them.
Another thing, coming to Hong Kong, your girls have played a lot in Hong Kong. You've come in before as well. As a host country, as a venue, kaisa lag raha? You did mention the conditions are a little tricky sometimes.
Yeah, conditions are a little bit.
But in cricket, aapko sab
yeah, I mean, the players have to go through in all conditions. I mean, in Karachi, we were having a little bit hot. slightly humid, windy conditions there, and dry pitches were there. But now they have come in a different condition. They have to face it. It's a first match. I think now the two other batters are going very well after.
Yes, it's a good partnership brewing in the middle. I can see that smile on your face.
Yeah.
बता रहा है कि आप अभी खुश है situation से.
Always.
Wonderful, absolutely.
We have to be.
Absolutely. एक और सवाल जो आपसे पूछना था. You're looking at something around 120 as did you also factor in the conditions, the cloudy conditions coming into this game, Mohsin?
Yeah, today probably is going to be cloudy as far as the weather conditions are concerned. Probably it's not going to be rain, but the rest of the week is going to be a little bit rainy. But we are prepared for that. We have plans for that. Batting first or batting second, bowling first or batting second. We'll go through to those scenarios. Whatever the scenarios the players are going to face it, we are prepared for that.
और एक आखिरी सवाल जो मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, मैंने कहीं पढ़ा था कि आपकी टीम ने इम्प्रोवाइज स्किल्स का एक लेसन भी किया था अपनी ट्रेनिंग में. What do you mean by the improvised skills? What's different that you do in such simulations?
Improvise, I mean, the players have to go, it's not about T20, when you are developing the players, they have to go through to some good basics, it's not about playing very big shots, or like this ground is, today on the one side is 62 and one side is 56. They got to know about playing very good shot, improvising, building up the good shapes of the bats, maintaining the balance, throughout the playing the shots. And the bowlers, they need to learn more into the off stumps, and shaping well from basics to into the different scenarios.
Right, you have two more matches lined up, one against Hong Kong and then against India as well. I'm sure you're looking forward to both of them.
Yeah, of course. We have hopefully, inshallah, we'll reach into the semi-final. After today's result, inshallah, day after tomorrow, Hong Kong we are going to play, and we are hoping to go into the final.
Thank you, Mr. Mohsin Kamal. Enjoyed your perspective. All the very best for
Thank
this
you so
game.
very much.
And good luck to your girls as well.
Thank you.
Mohsin Kamal, the head coach of the Pakistan A team. It's back to the commentators.
Come on.
Thank you so much, Mikhail. 51 for 3 now, Pakistan. This is good recovery. And the coach suggesting that it's absolutely brilliant for the girls to get this opportunity, get this exposure. And so many of them at an impressionable age, when they tell the world that they can play in Hong Kong, they can pack their bags and play equally well around the world. It gives them the confidence when they go back home as well. And of course, they'll be passing on the experience to young girls wanting to pick up the bat and ball too. That's the beauty of a tournament of this kind. Joined by Jay Dan Singhani. Warm welcome in the comm box. Oh, that's in the gap though. She was searching for that gap. She was searching.
Come on. Just rock you, Inala, come on.
Joshi's kept it so tight. She's been the difference. She tried to hit it too hard, and you could just sense by the way Ashmina was able to bring her body behind it. That was a judo move.
Yeah, she did well. Bit of an awkward bounce there for Ashmina. Ooh, yeah, coming off that artificial practice wicket as well. Did well to adjust.
The fielders absolutely hit that, don't they? Cross-batted stroke will yield her at least a couple of runs. Excellent stop. No, she's stopped it to a single. Kavita Joshi collects the ball as well. This is magnificent fielding.
I like the shot as well. Fetched that from outside off stump. Knew where the gap was. But good work in the field. That's exactly what you want to see as a bowler. Getting that support from the deep. And we're now at the halfway mark. We're going to take a break for drinks. We're going to stay with you, of course. It's 53 for 3 after 10. I got to say, Nepal, they fought back well. They took that early wicket. Then a bit of a partnership brewed for Pakistan A. But they struck back with 2 quick wickets. And 53 for 3. I think if you told Nepal they'd have the opposition 53 for 3 at the halfway mark of the innings, they would have taken that.
Yeah, Shawal still not out, 25 or 30. She holds the key to a big crescendo finish. Ayman, Sadaf and Natalia, the three to be walking back very quickly today. Firoza has provided lovely extra pair of hands that Shawal required to provide respectability to the total. 53 for 3.
Take a look at the highlights. There you go, that first wicket in the very first over. Beautiful shape on the delivery there from Kabita Kunwar. An early breakthrough, so important for Nepal. They were in such good spirits, but then the boundaries came. And that beautiful cover drive through the covers. Kabita Kunwar as well punished when she was too wide and too full. And I liked how they were brave, but they also waited on the ball there. Sadaf Shamas and Shawal Zulfikar building a good partnership until Kabita Joshi ripped one in through the gate. She took another one at top edge. The keeper made no mistake whatsoever. That was the third wicket to fall for Pakistan A. And big celebrations as well for Nepal. But look, at the end of the day, Pakistan A, they've got a lot of talent in that batting lineup. A couple of boundaries. And that's where we stand. They won the toss, Nepal, decided to bowl first, and I think weather was a huge factor in that. Anytime that DLS equation comes into play, it's much easier being the chasing side to know exactly what you need to win. Quick look at the bowling card. 1 for 12 up at the top for Kabita Kunwar. But Kabita Joshi, she's been a pick of the bowlers. 2 for 11 in her 3 overs. I'm joined in the comm box with my good friend Mikhail Vaswani.
AJ, wonderful being here. What a start here for Nepal. Pakistan have just kept foot on accelerator.
Sita Ranamagar into a third over. She was part of that first ever Nepal women's team back in 2007. The only surviving member from that first ever women's team for Nepal. Second delivery. She's gone high. Firoza doesn't find the gap, loses her wicket. Well taken by Rubina Chaitri, the skipper, leading from the front. 4 wickets down now.
Oh yes, things just falling apart here for Pakistan. Each time they've tried to improvise, they've found the fielder. Again, a nothing shot, didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball. And Rubina Chaitri, she'll not drop these. It's bread and butter for her. Wicket here for Sita Ranamagar, her first. Pakistan lose their fourth. It's 53 for 4. Goal departs for 11 in 18.
Come on, Rana, come on. That's covering leg. Middle.
That was a big wicket on the other side of that drinks break. Sita Ranamagar, we were just talking her up. You can't keep her out of the action, the left arm spinner. Najiha Alvi walking in at number 6. Again, that perfect length, a bit of a leading edge, in fact. And once again, Mikhail, I think we're seeing some purchase off this deck for the spinners.
And that's exactly what this surface has offered yesterday as well. It's been an adjacent surface then.
Driven down the ground. Oh, bit of a misfield. Is this going to go through to the boundary? Oh, not quite. That's lucky, Samjana Khadka. Nah, but that's very sloppy, Mikhail.
Oh yes, you don't want to let Pakistan off the hook at this stage. That's because you have them completely under control. You don't want to give them freebies. And you talk about the surface yesterday as well. Marufa Akhtar with the new ball, she was just too good. We'll take a look at this effort. Good catch by Rubina Chaitri. Just kept her eyes on the ball. Made it look very simple by the end of it. Wicket number 4 there for Nepal. They're enjoying their stint in the middle at the moment.
Very impressed with Rubina Chaitri's captaincy so far today. Goes against the spin, doesn't find the gap. But the field placement as well with that first dismissal. We saw Indu Burma standing at a wide-ish 1.5 a second slip.
Oh yes, and it paid full dividend. Just coming back to the surface, Jay. Takes a leading edge.
Easy, easy, easy.
How well has Sitarana Magar bowled this morning. Brilliant. 1 for 13 in a 3, 11 gone. It's 55 for 4. Just coming back to the surface, we saw that yesterday as well. Spinners had something to do with it. Pacers had something to do with it. We saw as many as... We saw 50 as well. We saw everything basically. We saw scores of 148 being scored. We take a look at that catch. Firoza departed. Rubina Chetri taking a simple one. First for Sitarana Magar.
No, you're completely right. We had a bit of everything yesterday. And I love that innings as well from Murshida Khatun, that 57 not out. And the reason I mention that is because I think that just, it's such a good example of how to rebuild. You know, when there's a little bit of purchase off the deck and you've lost those quick wickets as well. Exactly how to approach the innings. Just try and build a partnership, and once you get your eye in, it's not rocket science, once you get your eye in, then you can go for those boundaries.
Oh yes, there's runs galore once you set yourself up. But you need to give that extra time to the pacer early on or the spinner. Joshi to continue. How well has she bowled into her fourth? 2 for 11 for her. And that's why you got to give credit to the ground staff, the curators, for dishing out a typical sporting T20 wicket. Everybody has something in it.
And I do like how we had all that sunshine yesterday. It's just dried up the outfield, so we've seen a faster outfield. Fetches that from outside leg stump, off stump, I beg your pardon. Rubina Chetri again does so well, this time at long on.
What I like about Captain Rubina Chetri, she's positioned herself in the most important fielding positions. Long on at this stage, when the spinner is in operation, then at covers for the left arm spinner. For the orthodox off spinner, you have herself positioned at long on. Thinking captain there, Rubina.
Oh, that one just keeping a tad low. And it's Rubina yet again, cuts it off. And for the first time since the fourth over, that run rate for Pakistan has dipped just below 5 runs and over. Again, that sweep shot. Again, Rubina Chetri. That goes back to your point. She's put herself in that hot zone.
Yes, and that's about a captain knowing how her players, bowlers bowl, the areas as well, where they could be targeted. Great captaincy, great leadership.
2 balls left. That's nudged away on the leg side. Quick single. Well judged as well. Sitarana Magar can't cut it off at that mid-wicket position. You got to give credit where credit is due. Kabita Joshi, she's bowled to her field. She's bowled to perfection.
And this was a good run, let me tell you. Just the bat of the eyelid. And they took off, and that's how it should be.
Back live, that's pumped down to Kritika Marasini. And that's a single to close out the 12th over. It's 60 for 4, and end of the spell for Kabita Joshi. A really, really good performance for her. 2 for 16 in her 4 overs. She's given Nepal a real chance of restricting Pakistan below a total of, let's say, maybe 105, 110. And I tell you what, if that first innings total is in that 105, 110 region, I think we're going to get one heck of a game.
Was having a chat with the Pakistani coach, Mohsin Kamal, and he's saying anything around 120 is what they'll settle for. He'll call for a big effort from the middle order here, because things have just slowed down, and Magar now into a fine lower.
Well stopped by that fielder at mid-wicket. Once again, bit of an awkward bounce. Kabita Kunwar, smile on her face. I'd be smiling too if I was Kabita Kunwar. She's had a really good day in the field and with the ball.
They've been brilliant this morning in the field. That she got an awkward bounce as well, but kept her eyes on it.
Goes big, fetches that. Well taken. Look at that. Just as you were saying, the fielding today has been really good. This time that fielder at long on making no mistake. And all of a sudden, Pakistan A have lost half their side.
Let's go back to the age-old cliche. Catches win matches, and this easily could be one of it. Look at that for an effort. Keeping the eyes on the ball. Taking a catch in the deep. Accounting for another wicket. The Nepali bowlers and fielders together are dishing out a great partnership. Shawal departs for 28 and 36. One of the more formidable batters who's looking good finally perishes in a bid to accelerate. Wicket number 5 goes here for Pakistan, and Nepal at the moment believe they're doing a great job of this match.
We spoke about this earlier in the broadcast as well. Shawal Zulfikar, I beg your pardon, is more of an anchor type of player. That's exactly how we saw her play at the Under-19 World Cup as well. So yes, you're right, it is a big wicket. They've lost that designated anchor. They've lost that well-set batter. And it's Fatima Sana, the skipper, coming in at number 7. It's a big next 2 or 3 overs coming up here for Pakistan. Watchfully played, gets off the mark. It's only going to be a single. Good piece of fielding, in fact, by extra cover. Looks like Indu Burma over there. And Indu Burma, she is a lightning bolt in the field. Took that first catch as well at second slip.
Well, I can see 11 Indu Ranas then. Jay, we'll take a look at this catch. Kept her eyes on it, had to move to her left. And she pounced it beautifully. Celebrations galore in the middle after that. Picks it from outside off towards long on for a single.
Samjana Karka, she made up for a couple of misfields early in the day as well. More than made up for it, in fact, with that catch. Again, slow and loopy. Again, a bit of a leading edge. Just 2 runs have come off this over so far. 1 delivery left.
Jay, we talk about T20 cricket. Usually spinners adopt the flat and quick trajectory when they are bowling. But when you get to see the Nepal bowlers, they've all given the ball a lot of air. Unafraid, fearless.
That's whipped away. There is a fielder down there at fine leg. Kritika Marasini once again will keep it down to 1. Fantastic spell. Sita Rana Maga finishes on 2 for 16 in her 4 overs. Let's take a look at that catch once again. Samjana Karka. Really good low take. Those were one of the 2 wickets that Sita Rana Magar took. I love that celebration as well, looking up to the sky, expressing her gratitude. And I tell you what, Nepal are going to be grateful that she took that catch. 63 for 5, 7 overs left. And I dare say it's Nepal in control of this game. A change in bowling. Rubina Chaitri brings herself into the attack here from the Argyle Street end. Turned away on the leg side. They're thinking about 2. They're going to have to hurry. Oh, bit of a mix-up, a massive mix-up. Disaster here for Pakistan. 6th wicket down now. And I think it's going to be the captain who'll have to walk back to the dugout. What an absolutely horrendous moment of confusion here for Pakistan A.
You don't run your captain out, let me tell you, at a precarious situation. Both the batters were at one end, staring at each other, livid at what had happened, but this is absolute harakiri in the middle. Poor calling. Team in dire straits. The first run was on the offing, but the second one is where Sana committed into it and completely denied by her partner at the other end. And a good flat throw resulted in her run out. This is turning out to be a game that's been completely dominated by Nepal, but we do have a little bit of confusion as to which batter stays back, Jay.
Yeah, I think they've decided to just refer this to the TV umpire just to confirm which of the 2 batters will be walking back. Let's take a look at this. Najiha Alvi. Did they cross? Did they cross? Yeah, Fatima Sana's fine. She made her ground at the non-striker's end. I tell you what, it's a tough thing, but you've got to sacrifice your wicket for the captain. She's the most experienced member of this Pakistan A lineup as well.
Well, there was no second run in that, and that's exactly what Fatima was telling Najiha, you need to see your field and run. You need to look at me while running. And that's how we would have completed the second run. I kept denying you, she said, the run at some stage, but you just kept running in. But the story is simple here. One batter has to go back, and that will be Najiha. Because Fatima Sana did plonk her bat.
Yeah, it was a huge mix-up. Like you said, Fatima Sana straight away put her hand up and said, I don't want to come back for the second. And the issue in that occasion was Fatima Sana had the best sight of exactly where the ball was, exactly where the fielder was. She was the striker as well. It was her call. And you've got to trust the call of the striker.
But Jay, initially maybe Fatima Sana, while taking off for that first run, may have prompted two. And that's what may have forced Najiha as well to just completely come back for the second. And that's when she was denied. Nevertheless, wicket number 6 goes here for Pakistan. They'll have to once again rebuild.
I like that. Nice and slow. Asking the batter, make your own pace if you want to score some runs. But this Pakistan innings just reminding me a little bit of that UAE innings. Let's take a look at this mix-up. Turned away. Should have been just an easy single. I think you're right. She called 2 initially. Fatima. That's a tough one. Oh, beaten on the inside edge this time. It's all happening here at Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Pakistan, what's happened in the last half an hour?
Well, Jay, it's all happening here for only one team at the moment, and that's Nepal. Let me tell you, they have been disciplined in the field, tidy with the ball. They've accounted for 6 wickets, and as we say this, just getting a little bit more gloomy in this part of the world.
Yeah, the forecast is actually quite good. I think we might get passing showers. I hope not. Ideally, we wouldn't want any rain delay whatsoever. But I'm a glass half full kind of guy. I'm optimistic about the weather. I tell you what, Nepal fans, that dugout, all the fielders, they're optimistic about their chances in this game. Big appeal, it's close, it's very close. Turns it down, the umpire. Maybe a little bit too much spin on that.
Well, that went with the arm, let me tell you. Just straightened up. Very close. But the initial reaction of the wicketkeeper, she was going down leg. That would have also helped the umpire to take a decision.
Yeah, I love that, the straighter one. Here we go. Last delivery. Good bit of work. Rubina Chaitri, she's been on fire in the field. Everything she's touched has turned to gold as a captain. Good stop off her own bowling. And Mikhail, if he can save 1 or 2 runs here and there, it makes such a huge difference.
Well, they've been so inspirational in the field this morning. Throwing themselves, taking their catches. Look at that bowling card as well. Kabita Kunwar striking very early. And after that, Joshi and Magar in their 8 overs together have given away only 32 runs and accounted for 4 wickets. They have done the bulk of the damage and broken the back of the Pakistani batting in the middle overs. They have been brilliant. Spin and pace. Just the right time to head across to Suhas, who has the special guest alongside him.
We've got with us Samson Thapa, the head coach of Nepal women. Warm welcome, Samson. Tell us a bit about the preparations for this tournament and how largely did it depend on the last tour?
Yes, we played against Malaysia in the bilateral series. So we played over there and we just 10-15 days preparation, and we played well at Malaysia, and because that match is also that was a very good match for us, because we got a chance to the play after a long time.
Absolutely.
So it's good for us.
Yes, since the wicket has fallen, let's go back to commentary for just a moment.
Yet another wicket. Indu Burma striking off her very first delivery. Just as we said, Rubina Chaitri, everything she touches turns to gold. 65 for 7 now. Let's take a look at that replay. Bit of an innocuous delivery. and just chipped up a very, very soft dismissal. Kabita Kunwar makes no mistake, 65 for 7 now.
Closing the face of the bat too early on that occasion, getting a leading edge and a soft dismissal. Indu Burma introduced into the attack. Every bowler who's been introduced has made it count. Has told the captain, give me an opportunity and I won't disappoint you, and that's exactly what all of them have done.
And amidst all that madness, Tuba Hassan has walked to the crease at number 9. Turns one away, don't run for that. Sent back just in time. But look, like I said, strong parallels with that UAE innings yesterday.
You talk about exploiting conditions, that's exactly what Nepal has done this morning. Up front with a new ball, winning the toss, selecting to bowl. Kabita Kunwar got a wicket. Back live. Another dot delivery. And after that, the spinners just came and bamboozled the batters.
I tell you what, when it's your day, it's your day. And we're going to throw back to Suhas and Samson Jung Thapa.
But before the rain, we'll talk about the surface. Wickets are also falling, which makes you grin from ear to ear. It looks very similar to Mulpani, doesn't it? The surface. It looks like you're playing at home.
Yeah, of course. It's just like a Mulpani home ground, and yeah, we are in experienced team, but due to Pakistan, but we played well because we have to show how talent we have.
A word on Women's Emerging Teams Asia Cup Hong Kong, brought to you by ACC.
Yeah, ACC, that's thankful to the ACC. I would like to say that it's a great opportunity given by the ACC to us. In the last 2 days, we arranged the visa. It's a very difficult to get the visa, but we will get the visa and we are here.
Do you think a tournament of this kind and stature will allow Pakistan, Nepal and sides of all kinds to fast-track talent?
Yeah, of course, because we learn a lot of things from the test countries, and we will see the television and all matches, and girls are learn a lot of things. And today's boys are also playing with the Zimbabwe, and they are in the Zimbabwe, so.
Absolutely, yes.
So Nepal cricket is going to better and better.
Yes, as Nepal fans, we have one eye there, one eye here, everywhere, I know.
Of course.
And as far as the game time is concerned, it's important that the seniors get the game time as well, so they're able to guide the others better. Do you think that has happened with the Malaysian tour and now the way this has started?
Yeah, of course. We have 3-4 youngsters, and they also guide to the juniors and learn a lot of things from each other.
The toss, how important was it today? And you seem to be very happy looking at the scorecard.
Yeah, of course. We played well, but the game is not finished yet. And let's see what happens.
Thank you so much for joining us. And all we can say is, rain, please stay away.
Yeah, thank you.
Samson Thapa, lovely talking to him as always. Back to you in the comms.
Yeah, thanks Suhas for that interview. I gotta say, I wish we had better news. We have a rain delay now, but like you can see on your screens, there's still some blue areas in the sky. So I think it's going to be a passing shower, and I don't think this delay is going to last too long. But if we take a look at the innings so far, Nepal, you gotta give them credit. First wicket coming in the very first over, Indu Burma making no mistake at second slip. And then Pakistan, they begun to fight back a bit. See that beautiful drive from Sadaf, the first boundary of the innings. And at this stage we thought Pakistan A building a nice platform. Sadaf again. Shawal Zulfikar didn't take her long to get in on the act as well. Opened the innings, did well. But then Kabita Joshi, this is where the game turned. Kabita Joshi taking another one. The keeper making no mistake behind the wickets. 2 very quick wickets. And 2 wickets would soon lead to 3 quick wickets. In spite of that boundary there from Sita Rana Magar, she recovered well. Pakistan A, they were targeting something in the region of 120. I think that's why they started to go hard. They tried to put their foot on the accelerator, I beg your pardon. And that's when they started offering catches to fielders in the deep.
Oh yes, they were brilliant in the field this morning, taking their catches. And look at this for a run out. Big confusion between Nahida and Captain Fatima. Both the batters were at one end, and Nahida had to walk back to the dugout. And this was another soft dismissal towards mid-wicket. Kabita Kunwar is having a field day in the middle, as Nepal have just called the shots. So far it's been a one-sided contest, and just as things were looking good, well, the weather gods have just derailed a few plans, as we will have a delay for the moment. As you can see, the covers are on, and as we speak, the intensity of the droplets may have just increased as well. So we'll have to wait for some time before the sun shines upon us at the Tin Kwong Recreation Ground here in Hong Kong. Day 2 of the Women's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. Match number 3, Nepal taking on Pakistan A. Nepal winning the toss and electing to bowl first. Pakistan have lost 7 wickets with 60-odd runs in the middle as rain interrupts play.
राकेश जी, कैन यू प्लीज गिव इट टू, ये आप धीरज जी प्लीज भेज दीजिएगा, उनको बैटरी का दिक्कत था इसमें. Take a break. लेजी काम कर रहे हैं क्या आज? धीरज जी, कैन यू हियर मी? धीरज जी, धीरज जी, कैन यू हियर मी? ऑसम. ठीक है, प्लीज उनको बोल दीजिए बिकॉज मेरा ईयर पीस में. हाँ धीरज जी प्लीज एक्सपोजर चेक कर लीजिए, राकेश जी कह रहे हैं कॉम कैम की. कम करना है, कम करना है, और कम करना है. Is it okay now? Thank you. Copy. That's how this is started. हाँ, ये वाला निकाल दिया, ये लास्ट वाला जो बोतल है, लास्ट वाला, ये वाला जो अभी आपने लास्ट में रखा ना, लास्ट में ये वाला, सब एक जैसे दिखते हैं. हाँ ये वाला, इसमें मैंने कोशिश की हुई है इसको निकालने की, इसलिए बता रहा हूं. ये रहा. देख अगर ये निकला हुआ हो ना तो उसका अंदर ये ना दिए, वरना सब 2-3 खोल के ऐसे रह जाते हैं, मालूम ही नहीं पड़ता कौन सा. $10.55.
Oh, no, it's okay.
10.55.
No need.
10.55. 10.55. 10.55.
Well, okay.
ये इजी है मेरे लिए, क्योंकि इसको निकालूंगा फिर डायरेक्टली वहाँ इंटरव्यू के लिए भाग जाऊंगा ना. और यहाँ गर्मी बहुत है ना सर, वो ये भी लेके चले गए, तो उसे पहनने से अच्छा ये लगा लूँ, गिरेगा भी. Ready? Yes, ready. Go for it.
कल होता है ऐसे ना था कुछ वैसे क्या ना
Welcome back to the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground. We've got good news for you. The rain has abated. We got some bright areas in the sky, and that also means we'll be starting very shortly at exactly 10:55 a.m. local time. That is 8:25 a.m. Indian Standard Time. So that's in around, testing my math, 3 minutes from now. But here's a summary of what's happened so far. 28 right at the top for Shawal Zulfikar. But the issue for Pakistan, they've lost regular wickets. Kabita Joshi, she picked up 2. Kabita Kunwar picked up the first wicket. And Sita Rana Mugger as well. 2 for 16 in her 4 overs. Just 65 for 7 after 15. A less than ideal scoreline here for Pakistan A. And the bowling for Nepal. Like I said, 2 for 16 for Sita Rana Mugger. Identical figures for Kabita Joshi. And that first breakthrough as well for Kabita Kunwar. The rest of that bowling lineup as well has provided very good support to that bowling core. A wicket maiden for Indu Burma in her first and only over so far. But I gotta say, Nepal in firm control of this game right now. Jay Dansiani Hani on the mic. Glad to be joined here by Suhas Vedam.
Thank you so much, Jay. What a turnaround it's been. And the spinners haven't disappointed. Before the rain started, before this little halt, was in discussion with the head coach of Nepal. And he sort of agreed that this looks as good as Mulpani. The conditions, just a little spell of rain as well. Rubina Chetri and co are feeling at home. Pakistan are far away from it at the moment because they're looking at the scorecard. Jay, they need a resurrection, Jay. Who did they trust from here? And that little break, do you think, would have broken the confidence or the concentration more so of the batters? Sana taps it away.
Yeah, on that topic, what a huge mix-up that was between Fatima Sana and her partner just before that rain interval. The running between the wickets, there's been a lot of hesitation. They just about got through on that occasion.
We're not even getting to the Dansangani curves. Al Chetri, the genius who bowls with the cap. Catch it is the call, but I think it was a very half-hearted stroke, so it doesn't reach Kabita Joshi. How good has Kabita Joshi been? It didn't take long for her to figure out the right pace to be bowling on this track. Oh well. Moving across is not a bad option at all. Now they can get the second run. Chetri is not happy. She was building pressure with one airy shot executed. And what should have been a single suddenly turns to 2.
Yeah, she set such high standards, not just for herself, but for the rest of her team in the field. Rubina Chetri making her concerns known.
Usually everyone looks at the captain when there is a moment of trouble. That's a good throw. It's just that she couldn't tame it. Usually the keepers like it on the bounce, don't they?
Yeah, a bit of a tough take there. Jyoti Pandey behind the sticks. Took a good catch earlier in the day as well. Yeah, it's tough trying to collect the ball in the half volley. Worked away on the leg side, straight to the fielder. A useful dot ball.
Now, what do you reckon of the flight? Because the flight that Chetri is offering looks like it's something bespoke. Should have discussed during that little break that let's be more brave. You've got them to 70 for 7, Pakistan A. Let's be more brave and go for the kill. Another good dot delivery to end the over with 70 for 7.
I love that last delivery as well, Rubina Chetri. Every now and then, she actually throws out a leg spinner and just keeps the batters guessing. That's what we saw on that occasion. It wasn't a straighter one. It was just a completely different type of delivery.
Absolutely well called, Jay. Actually, it's just that Chhetri is lucky that you need to tell the umpire what you're bowling only before the first ball. The umpire conveys it to the batter. In between, you change suits. So it's going to be spin attack from both sides. Indu's already picked up the wicket. No, side. She's going to bowl medium. This has been very concerning. Remember, the outfield still a little wet because of the spell of rain. This has been a little concerning. Indu going haywire.
Yeah, it's tough to grip the ball, I guess, right after that rain delay. It's not easy. Humid conditions as well here at the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground. But Fatima Sana, if Pakistan want to reach a competitive total, she's got to go big. She's got to go big right now.
Good ball. The crossing delivery seems to work. Around the fourth stump, fifth stump line. Wanting Sana to cut as hard as possible, as well as Indu's not offering any pace whatsoever.
She's a very intelligent bowler, can bowl off spin sometimes, mixes that up with a bit of medium pace.
Oh, well bowled. The fielders are appearing from nowhere suddenly for Sana. 9 of 14. Dot balls after dot balls. She got one poor delivery to face at the beginning of the over. And Hassan quietly picked up a single.
But kept a bit low, just about missing that leg stump.
Is this going to be a ubiquitous sight now? Then Nepal are saying we're going to bat here too.
Whiskers, Suhas, whiskers away from that leg stump.
I think it's just a bad shot to offer as well, isn't it? A straight batted stroke and she would have got runs. And there's some magic in the cross-seam delivery. That's much better. Trying to reach the pitch of the ball, also showing intent. Sana wants to. She's one of the quickest in the side.
Yeah, I like to see that as well. Using her feet, not letting the bowler settle. Moves into double figures now, 11 off 16.
It's been a very good over for Indu, barring that one delivery. Doesn't carry, but it's a very important dot ball nonetheless. 74 for 7.
A look at a very concerned Pakistan A dugout. And strong parallels to that game between the UAE and Sri Lanka A. The curtain raiser of the ACC Women's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. They've just lost too many wickets too quickly, Pakistan A.
Come on, Ruby.
15 runs and 3 wickets. And one of them being a mix-up. It's important for them to wipe that off their memory and continue to tread on from here. Yeah, look at the positives that Sana is into double digits. Oh, cheeky. But there is a fielder inside the 30-yard circle at 45 exactly for that kind of a shot.
Ramro, good going.
I like the thinking there from Tuba Hassan. Just couldn't quite find the gap. She's going to have a role to play with a leg spin, but she's a capable batter as well.
Oh, she's gone for the big shot. Will this be the pressure release shot? It will be indeed. It's travelled the distance and Hassan's realised time's up.
Yeah, making me look very smart as well. Right on cue. Tuba Hassan hitting the first maximum of the day. Taking on the Nepali skipper. She wasn't to the pitch of the ball, but still just went through with the shot. Found the distance.
Just the confidence aspect of it was a treat to watch. Remember, it's her first game on this particular ground. She believed that she can get the distance.
Made her debut in July 2022, of course, against Sri Lanka at home.
Oh, that's also struck cleanly, but well stopped. A one-handed effort, but that'll do. She saved 3 crucial runs for her side.
Yeah, and Kabita Kunwar had a decision to make whether to go for the catch or try and save the boundary. I think she made the right decision as well, ran around it and cut it off. 2 deliveries left in this over. Again keeping low.
This wasn't as quick. I think as the over has progressed, Chhetri has decided to go slower. Can she close it out well? There's been a 6 hit in this over already. Oh, that's a good shot. And once you clear mid-wicket, it's destined to go for 4. She's picked the gap beautifully. 18 overs gone. An expensive over from Chetri. Pakistan get a move on. 11 runs of it. 89 for 7.
Yeah, that second boundary once again into the leg side. Rubina Chetri maybe bowling a little bit too straight. But you have to give both Fatima Sana and Tuba Hassan some credit. They realized we've got to go for it. We have to target someone. It's exactly what they've done. A boundary apiece. And the second best over of the innings. Got 2 overs left. 85 for 7. Can they get up to 100?
That'll be a psychological total indeed. As you were mentioning just moments ago, Jay, that the curtain raiser was a close affair, even though it was a low-scoring one. 3 figures would mean a lot, especially after a spell of rain. The surface will change its mood too. It's not going to be a walk in the park unless you get a superb start in the first 6. That's a different story altogether. Indu Verma. She's bowled crucial overs of late, including the Malaysia tour. Just tells you that she's assuming more responsibility with the ball in hand as well, apart from opening the batting. Wicket to wicket. Idea seems to be simple.
I like this. She's changing it up, Indu Burma. But amidst all those change-ups, she's kept things very, very simple. Bowling very, very straight. And giving the batters nothing to work with. Just 10 balls left now in this innings.
14 required for that psychological total. Oh, good ball. When you see the batter move so much, at times as a bowler you feel you're going to get phased. Nothing doing. Indu Burma keeps it straight and simple. The wicket to wicket is working, Jay.
Yeah, no doubt. It's been a theme throughout this Nepal innings as well. Trying to find that block hole. We saw that with Kabita Gunwar. Ashmina Karmacharya. She tried it. Didn't quite work for Ashmina.
This should be taken. This should be one of the easiest catches she's ever taken in her life. The slower delivery does the trick. The shot was offered much before the ball arrived. And Hassan Tuba knew immediately that she was in trouble.
87 for 8 now. It's a big wicket as well. Tuba Hassan with the maximum in that previous over. Trying to repeat the dose perhaps, but couldn't get to the pitch of the ball. In fact, no, just stopped in the wicket a little bit. A very, very easy catch for Indu Burma. Her second wicket. Tuba Hassan walks back to the dugout for 9 of 14, and that brings Saida Aroob Shah to the crease at number 10. She's also got potential with the bat. Saida Aroob Shah batted in the middle order for the Pakistan under-19 team at that under-19 T20 World Cup.
And Saida Aroob Shah, someone who idolizes San Amir. Can she show shades of that? Just shades of that. That's what Pakistan required on a difficult track, which has turned out to be something interesting after that spell of rain. Yet to figure out the right mood of the surface. Saida Aroob Shah, experienced. When you play at the higher levels, you're very experienced coming back into this level too. So more is expected out of you, Dal. Should be catching practice, straight down the throat. Saida Aroob Shah, 1 ball visitor. And Pakistan in sheer danger of being bundled out now. Indu Burma on a hat-trick.
Yeah, things going from bad to much, much worse here for Pakistan. Hey, I can see what she was trying to do. Trying to clear that straight boundary. You're going to see, I don't think she meant to go that leg side. And unfortunately, she found the fielder in the deep. Wickets off consecutive deliveries. Another catch here for Samjana Karka. Another wicket. A golden duck for Saida Aroob Shah.
She played for the team there. You could sense that with a shot. She backed herself to clear the fielder in the deep, but in the end, it was an easy catch. The sun is out now, as Fatima Sana invites Anusha. Now Anusha Nasir, the best friend of Aroob Shah, is walking out.
Bowling right arm over. 1 ball to come.
Yeah, and she was the leading wicket taker as well for Pakistan at the Under-19 World Cup. Not known for her prowess with the bat. Anusha Nasir, the left-arm spinner.
But what she needs to do right now is to keep out the hat-trick ball. How often do you get on a hat-trick ball with 1 wicket left to close out the game, to close out the innings? Do you see any changes in the field that will call a catching position? I'll call itself a catching position. There is cover becomes short cover. That was a catch indeed, but Jyoti couldn't cling on to it. Indu Burma inches away from what would have been a terrific hat-trick. Will still have something to smile because her figures are 3 for 6 with an over to go. That's regulation that Jyoti pouched too early and the ball skids away.
Mate, that was a proper outside edge as well. Thick outside edge. And I tell you what, in a low-scoring contest, even if this costs Nepal 4 or 5 runs, that could actually be the difference between winning and losing.
Well called. Are we as commentators sometimes harping too much on the psychological total because you saw how close the first game was?
Yeah, you make a good point, actually. We've seen this surface, I beg your pardon, just offer a little bit of purchase for the spinners. But there's another variable. That rain that came down, I think it's just going to even up the surface a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, as bad as in Hong Kong, you've played a little more on surfaces like these. Do you get used to starting the game in Edgbaston-like conditions and then batting suddenly in Bangladesh with the sun out?
Mate, you hit the nail on the head. Absolutely. But I'll be honest, I never last that long at the crease anyway.
Want the sun to come out? Oh, come on, Jay. Give yourself a little more credit. 87 for 9. And the last over starts with a lovely angle as well. Kabita Kumar. It's called the corridor of uncertainty for a reason. There's one bowler picking up wickets for fun, bowling wicket to wicket. There's another who's keeping it outside the wickets line.
I tell you one thing I'm certain about Kabita Kunwar, she's already made an impact in this game. Picked up that first wicket in the very first over. Let's take a look. Saida Aroob Shah, first ball dismissal.
That's gone! It disturbed the stumps on its way and that's enough. Pakistan end their stay with a bat in hand after being asked to bat first with 87 on the board. But make no mistake, what we've seen in this wonderful tournament so far, ACC Women's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023, is that 87 can also be a match-winning total. It's going to be a fighting total with surface playing according to a mood of its own. Sana back for 16. Pakistan back themselves up for 87.
Tell you what, Nepal fans, Nepal's fielders, their entire team, things could not have gone much better for you. 87 all out Pakistan A. At one stage we were considering the possibility of 120, 130. What a fantastic team bowling performance here. Everybody stepping up. Indu Burma with those 3 wickets. Kabita Kunwar, Kabita Joshi, Sita Rana Magar. Let's take a look at this last wicket. Yeah, there you go. You miss, I hit. And it's been a hit performance so far here from Nepal.
A terrific performance indeed. They have been spot on, and credit to Rubina Chetri for the kind of captaincy, always attacking, and the right bowling changes made as well. The way she reads surfaces, it's something absolutely brilliant. Only experience can tell you. She's been doing that for a long time now. After Nari Thapa said, here you go, it's your baton to carry forward.
Let's take a look at that batting card right up at the top. Shawal Zulfikar, 28, the highest scorer, but she was dismissed by Sita Rana Magar. Well taken by Samjana Khadka there at long on. She was the top scorer. Fatima Sana got a boundary away. Unfortunately, she got out. Last wicket to fall. All out 87. Pakistan A.
Just the number of ducks would be a little concerning for Pakistan A. Yes, there are girls who got the start there with Sadaf, Feroza. No one continuing from the middle order. That's been the problem. Shawal's 28 was good resistance while it lasted. And it had to be Sana swinging for the fences who couldn't read one that clipped the off stick. 87 and Pakistan fold. The bowling's been absolutely brilliant and the changing of the bowling has been wonderful indeed. Indu Burma will be the pick of the bowlers with an economy of 2. 3 wickets in her pocket. And these are wonderful figures indeed. And Chetri might go wicketless, but she provided good resistance from one end for Joshi and Magar to pick up wickets when it was their turn to roll the ram over. A word on Kuvar's 2 wickets too.
Yeah, absolutely. Kabita Kunwar. She's the one who started that fire. That outside edge that was well taken by Indu Barma. And you're going to see it pretty shortly in our highlights as well.
The problem was, Jay, when the first wicket fell for one, there was a good partnership. Pakistan could have carried on. And then the second fell at 32. This was a fabulous take indeed. So well planned this wicket is, especially with Kavita, who has such good control over her swing. It is something that you need to work on. Raya was splendid. Initially, this is a beautiful stroke. I think it tested every bit of the outfield, didn't it, Jay?
Yeah, no doubt. I love this, going over the top in the power play. This is when I was feeling confident about Pakistan A's chances. I beg your pardon, but Kavita Joshi, look at that. A vicious amount of turn back into the right-hander. That was the turning point. Jyoti Pandey as well, making no mistake whatsoever with the gloves.
And that's been the problem for Pakistan in this particular innings. When they lose one, they lose the other very early, barring that first little partnership that lasted for 31 runs. And the poor balls had to be put away. And luckily for Nepal, they were far and few in between. This was a very good shot, and calculated risk was taken given that Kavita was bowling in one spot again and again. And Rana Magar never shies away from showing her class. An easy catch for the captain.
And she struck again as well. This is the wicket I was talking about. Well taken by Samjana Kharka at long on. It was a big dismissal of Shawal Zulfikar. And then
Turning point, right?
well, I wouldn't say this was a turning point, but it was yet another in a long procession of wickets.
I thought Fatima Sana would have batted differently had that wicket not fallen. Easy catch for Kavita on that occasion. Ruby did not pick up wickets today. And this was a terrific hit, I thought, from Tuba. Magical, and it's the best gift you can give to your dugout if you're hitting it that direction. Yes, the runs were flowing at one point of time, and I thought decision was to go for glory and get at least 110, but it looked like a distant dream after Indu's brilliant over. One wicket, and this happened the very next ball. Superb field placement and a lovely catch. And then the hat-trick ball, which doesn't feature here perhaps.
Yeah, we were talking about if the missed hat-trick catch would cost them. It didn't cost them a single run, so no harm done in the end. 87 all out. I tell you what, it's not like I underestimated Nepal, but I did not expect a scoreline like this before this game.
I think Fatima Sana is praying that the clouds should come back again. Not rain, but they should come back again for the ball to swing a little bit more. And with Fatima Sana's extra bit of pace, you never know, 87 might be a tricky total.
I tell you what, I'm neutral. I want to see a last ball finish here, Suhas.
Let's see if we get that far. The sun is bright and just the way it's supposed to be. 88 required, you're reading it right. 88 required for Nepal to put their first points on the board against a formidable side, Pakistan. It's not going to be a cakewalk after that little spell of rain, but a good start from Indu Barma and Rubina can change things for Nepal. Will they get there? We'll wait and watch. In just a moment, the reply of Nepal coming up.
For what? You can go, huh? You can go. तुम जा रही हो थर्ड मैन? ठीक है जाओ।
We're back live for the chase. After a spirited bowling effort, Nepal are all set to overall that target of 87 runs. What a bowling effort it's been by Nepal. And now they'll be in hot pursuit of that target. The magical figure for them, 88. Kabita Kunwar with the ball. She was brilliant, and what a wonderful team player she is. Opens the bowling, opens the batting. You don't get to see her very often opening the innings, but of course this time she's been drafted in. Fatima Sana Khan, the captain. We're all set for ball one. Here we go.
No, I think she's going to practice. Yes. Not with Kavita not facing. But I'll tell you what, it's like just on cue. Fatima Sana on top of her run-up, and there is a cloud cover. Welcome to Edgbaston again.
Yes, the sun has been playing hide and seek out here at this venue, but Pakistan have their task cut out. They'll feel robbed of an opportunity when they came out to bat. They'll want to make amends. Remember, Pakistan has always surprised when the chips have been down. You can never count them out of the equation.
And the pace bowlers never disappoint. Fatima Sana, with all her experience, can she provide the first breakthrough? Kavita negotiates it nicely, but the single's not available. Now that means Indu Burma will come in a little later.
The surface has certainly got good to bat on, and with the rain coming in and with some amount of wet outfield, that ball will certainly get heavier as the game progresses, and it'll cut off the swing as well in the air, making batting more easy for the batters in the middle. But yes, if Nepal have to put the icing on the cake, they'll have to overhaul this target in style, and so far they are looking good.
That's a good shot. Didn't do too much. Ensured that she concentrated it on hitting it in the gap. And the first run on the board. The chase is underway. And Sita Rana Magar will open the batting.
Youth and experience in the middle. Great combination. And who better to have at the other end for Kunwar when you have Magar in the middle. The perfect guiding force. Pakistan need a wicket up front, just like how Nepal did it in the very first over.
Just tells me that the coach of Nepal, Samson Thapa, has said the first 6 overs belong to you. Try and knock off as many as you can. And to Sana, the coach usually says knock off the 3 sticks in front. Swing and a miss. You might see a little more of this because that's the idea with which Magar has been sent out.
And just as this second innings has started, as you rightly pointed out, Suhas, the sun has started playing hide and seek. Otherwise, it was bright and sunny. We've seen different phases. Just coming back to the shot, not in position at all. How do you look at this, Suhas? You have target of 88, irrespective of what the total is. The target is, do you continue to attack in the first 6?
That seems to be the case. That's exactly why the righty-lefty combination with Magar and Kumar have been chosen. That's lovely swing, and that's what you get with Fatima Sana. Extra bit of pace and lovely swing. And mind you, she's got the best Yorker in the cutters as well up her sleeve. But today, it's going to be about the swing and pace with the new ball.
Just felt there was some deviation of the surface in this particular delivery as well. Sana generating good pace. Slip in position, which means Pakistan want to attack. They're going 4 wickets. And that should be the strategy. They'll only win by the wickets column over here, Pakistan, if they have to go out there.
Oh wow, just the consistency aspect of it is wonderful to watch from Fatima. The control is excellent. The ICC Women's Emerging Cricketer of the Year 2021, Fatima Sana at her best when the team needs her the most. 87 is the cushion she has.
She's making full use of the conditions at the moment. One very important feature that Pakistan will have to bring in is the catching and the fielding. That's where Nepal looked very sharp and brilliant.
I think this is not a replay. It is just that Fatima Sana is so accurate.
You miss it once, you miss it twice, but when you miss it 3 times, you rather change the strategy there. Nevertheless, a good start here for Pakistan. Sana conceding only one. One for no loss after the first over.
One of two for Kumar. Magar yet to open her account. Rubina Chetri, number 3. Indu first at number 4, then Joshi comes in. Ashmina Karmacharya later. I think there's going to be a lot of chopping and changing in that, depending on the situation of the game. Samson Thapa a little concerned. He shouldn't be with the Pakistan folding for 87. Sana is bowling brilliantly, and that's a great sign. Looks like it's going to be Anusha, who usually doesn't take her cap off. What a wonderful debut she had versus Sri Lanka at home soil.
Spin in the second over, slip in place. There's a deep mid-wicket for the miss hit. Rest inside the circle. Kabita Kunwar on strike. Usually when you have an aggressive bowler up front, you'll expect some moments.
And she's very agile too. Make no mistake, one of the best fielders as well. Anusha Nasir.
Just feel the fielders are sitting too deep in the 30-yard circle. They should be converging in. You don't want to give easy runs. Remember, you're defending only 87.
Slip is nice and low. Oh, what a start. It takes a lot of heart to be a spinner in the power play. Accuracy needs to be your middle name, and that's what Anusha Nasir has shown today so far.
Not much turn so far, fairly understandable. But good they're going in with a slip. You've got to apply pressure.
We're asking for one more slip.
Just the one that's in place. It's good that they're going in with a slip fielder. You've got to keep applying pressure is what I meant to ask. You don't want to give them freebies.
Not given so far. Nepal being made to work for their runs. Sita Rana Magar now has got her glasses on as well. Oh, I think that shot was an afterthought.
In two minds, tentative. Kabita Kunwar just looking for that release shot. Very indecisive as well.
I think she waited and waited, Mikhail, for the ball to arrive. Is this going to be the pace where all the spinners are going to choose?
Just spoke about the release shot. That's exactly what she's looking to do. Just find one over the infield, make use of the field restrictions, improvise a bit. And that's what maybe she's been sent for. I know it's a small total, but you've got to try different things up front.
No resistance offered for that run. I thought the throw would come in because Anusha doesn't have a big follow through. She can always back up. 2 overs later, a terrific over from Anusha though. Just one of it. 2 for no loss. Oh, good ball, and she kicks it off. Rightly so. When cricket ends, football begins. You do everything to stay out there. This is good thinking. Very proactive from the batter. And lovely work from Sana as well. Oh, what a contest we've got here.
Oh, that came in sharply. Just surprised. Kabita with the pace and the swing as well. Great presence of mind. Got her foot at just the right time.
Talk about footwork. It extends after you play that shot too. Fatima Sana, is she aiming for the toes again? The ball's doing a bit after pitching, Mikhail. The ball's doing a bit. if as a batter you're playing the initial line, you might be in trouble.
The good thing here for Nepal is they're not chasing an intimidating target, so they can take their time. Even if they don't get the desired runs in the first 6, they can strategize the chase, because as far as you have wickets in hand, you're well and truly in control of the chase.
I think they would have learnt a little by watching the first game as well, which UAE took very, very close in the end. But it was Sri Lanka who triumphed. They don't want to make that mistake of taking it that close there, Nepal. This one's from the middle of the bat. And Kavita Kumar started to roar now. Sana gets it wrong. And Kumar doesn't disappoint.
That's the release shot that we've been talking about, much to the smiles of the players and the management in the dugout. Kavita Kunwar means business in the middle. She'll not miss out on the run scoring opportunities. It looked like that was delivered in the slot. And she had the license. There she goes. Mid-on up in the circle, just to her right. And enough legs to go for a 4.
The outfield hasn't slowed down one bit after that spell of rain. Oh, very well done. Good anticipation. Didn't move too quickly either, as she didn't want to miss the ball. Love this comeback from Sana as well. This is good cricket all around.
Good contest between bat and ball so far in the third over. Nepal only 6. Pakistan keeping things tight, but they're aware it's the wickets that will get them home. Slip in place, an attacking field. The first 6 overs will certainly give an indication which way this game is moving.
Just the kind of delivery required to tease the batter into a bigger shot once again. Now Kavita Kumar practices the leave. Sometimes the coach tells you the leave is an option in a chase of 88, but is that an option in the first 6 is a different question.
Right, you did mention sometime back, not a regular opener is Kavita Kunwar. What could be the plan of promoting her, Suhas?
Now she's opened before, of course, but I think it's very clear. Look what the surface is doing. Also play out Sana's a couple of overs, so that the batters can come in and express themselves. Rubina Chetri is known to string a partnership too. Indu Burma is very flexible. They're looking at this chase that way.
One way of looking at it is just knock off as many runs up front with Kavita's aggression in the middle.
Look at her wait for the ball and then offer the bat to it, not a shot to it. She's quite content because she knows a boundary has been achieved in this over. This is good work, good thinking from Kumar and Sana. 6 without a wicket. This one I'm doing based on your doing.
That's covering leg. Left arm over.
Anusha to continue. Very close to the danger line there. Lucky to get away. Sitarana Magar has been quiet. Still to get off the mark, has consumed as many as 5 deliveries. I'm sure she can make up for it later as well. But the idea, Nepal, as far as they're seeing her in the middle, is good news.
Still waiting for that first run. Sitarana Magar. And she's being offered some lovely spin from Anusha. Very accurate. Much like Sitarana Magar herself. Here's Anusha, who's giving nothing away, considering singular crime. And this time a little more flirtatious with a wide line. That'll be wide. Anusha, was she expecting her to dance down the track because Magar would be feeling itchy?
There's no harm in experimenting and thinking at this stage.
Straight to the fielder in a couple of bounces. Good collect as well because the bat bounce is a thing.
I'm preempting something different now. I just get the impression Sita Rana Magar will try to do something very different.
इसके लिए ready रहना, soft signal के लिए.
Still to get off the mark. She's been tied down. She's been kept quiet.
Whole of Nepal and whole of Nepal Ganj, of course, is at the edge of their seat for the first run from Magar. Wants that single. And it's a very good throw, but the single will be complete. Magar's on the mark. And Kumar didn't have to put in the dive in the end. She's quick enough.
Great response by Kavita Kunwar over here because she was running to the danger end and she took off a direct hit. Oh, she was nowhere. Had the wicketkeeper as well created a moment, she could have been struggling. This was a needless run, should I say.
पाव देखना इसका.
The throw was a little wide. I think she would have just about made it. Would have been touch and go. But do you feel, Mikhail, that the throw should have been at the non-strikers end? Reason being, she was too deep inside the crease there, Sita Rana Magar.
Oh yes, absolutely. She took her time to take off. A little hesitant as well because she was waiting for the response from her partner at the other end. And only then she reacted. That's where the fielding brilliance, the genius comes into play. At point, backward point, a presence of mind with sight to throw.
Just love the way that you decide that 1%ers are something that you will pick up on as well, isn't it? 4 overs gone, 8 without a wicket.
नेटो ऊपर ही हो. ये कौन है?
For overs done, Nepal 8 to no loss to lead 80 to win in the last 16 overs.
यार इधर आओ ना, एक ही जगह पे खड़े हो. पाती बॉल लेना कम नंबर वाली, कितनी जमी राइट है. जल्दी भाग के जाओ, टाइम नहीं है. बाद में स्क्वायर है, फाइन है. स्लिप चाहिए फाती, स्लिप से आना, स्लिप आनी है. बॉलिंग राइट है मरा. बॉलर चेंज, बॉलिंग राइट है.
Mahani. Looks like it's going to be trial by pace from one end, spin from the other. Because you saw Sana from this end. That means you saw pace. Now it's going to be spin on this end for the first time for Pakistani. The slip is in place, Mikhail. You can smile.
Yeah, I am smiling, but I reckon it's going to be spin from both ends now. That's the way forward on the surface. You just want to slow things down and force the batter into playing some big hits.
The ball stopping a little bit. Oh, it's a direct hit. And she plonked her bat. She didn't slide it. Could be close. Now the decision is with the TV umpire. Sita Rana Magar waits with bated breath.
And I'll tell you what, the body language of the Pakistan fielders here is giving me a picture that they feel there's something in it. Again, just checking a shot. Sita Rana Magar, very slow to get back. Just felt she was not in her zone. Really don't know. She's not aware where the ball had gone. Oh, this could be close. She plonks it at maybe just the right time. We'll have to have a few more.
A sliver of willow is all she needs.
Frame by frame.
Is it going to be the in-between frame? Sita Rana Magar.
I'll tell you what, this is going to be a very tough one for the TV umpire. Very tough one.
And Aroop's not helping either. Just about obscuring. In her defense, she was the second line of defense there. If Fatima misses.
I'll tell you what, there is some part of the bat that is touching the turf. Some part of it
I think so too. And if it's
in the air.
Oh,
She
okay.
plonked it diagonally, I reckon. That's my observation from here, but let's leave it.
So it's not the entire toe of the bat that she plonked. Just a bit of it, which shall do the trick actually. And you know that the batters usually get the benefit of the doubt, and they do. On this occasion, Sita Rana Magar does, and she survives, much to the delight of Nepal. And with that, the sun comes out as well.
This should be a wake-up call for Sita Rana Magar. That's because she took a lot of time to get back.
A word on the keeper as well. fabulous. For her to recognize the opportunity and then execute, marvelous. Straight to point and straight to Rupcha. Will be turning the ball a lot more, I believe, in this track.
10 deliveries for her single here, Sitarana Magar. And the reason why she set out for that run in the previous ball is because she just wants to get to the other end.
A very itchy Sitarana Magar. Can she play a break-free shot? Well, Umehani allow her. No? Aroop's quite content collecting the ball every single time in the over if need be.
How many times you've heard the benefit of doubt, Suhas? Goes to the batter.
A lot of times, and including there was one decision in this very tournament, the first day, at the ACC Women's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023, which the benefit of the doubt was with the batter. It was a stumping opportunity of Judith.
Yes, and sometimes on most occasions when it's also inconclusive, it just goes in favor of the batter in the middle.
I asked the umpire why. He didn't quote me any laws. He just smiled and told me that the batter gets only one chance to be out there. The bowler gets another chance to get him out or her out. Oh, superb stuff. They're building pressure by strangling Nepal at the moment. They need to vent the pressure. A lot of dot balls put together.
That's what Pakistan brings to the table. They'll keep surprising you every now and then with their brilliance in the middle.
Once again letting the ball turn and then offering the shot. Sitarana Magar and Mahani is considering it a crime to concede a run. This is brilliant from Pakistan A. Nepal 8 without a wicket.
Quiet start by Nepal. Just the 8 runs in the first 5 overs. The asking rate at the start of the innings was a little over 4. And at the moment they're going at a little over 1, so that asking rate will keep climbing up. The good news for them is they have 10 wickets in hand. It's been a quiet start and just the right time to introduce and welcome my co-commentator, the boy from Hong Kong, Jai Dansinghani.
Yeah, thanks, Mikhail. Anusha to continue. That's worked away. Finally, that drought of dot balls is broken by Nepal. No, like you said, steady start, no doubt about that. But at some point, you've got to put the foot on the accelerator.
Yeah, you run the risk of getting over defensive when you have a smaller total. But then ultimately they end up being low scoring thrillers as well, Jay. We've seen it in the past so many times. Yesterday as well, chasing 95. Sri Lanka almost gave it away.
Mate, I loved that first game. What a way to kick off the ACC Women's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. And Nepal, they're making a fight of this as well. 87 all out Pakistan A in that first innings. Sitarana Magar, she's going to be hitting with the spin. Oh, that was a generous amount of spin as well. Just spun back into her from a length.
We saw it yesterday as well on the adjacent surface that spinners purchased a lot of turn, and today yet again, look at that. Just surprised Magar, who's been very scratchy this morning.
A lucky break. The umpire gets some exercise and Nepal get a bonus run. But no, Sitarana Magar, usually very free-flowing at the top of the order. It's been a very uncharacteristic knock from her so far. 1 of 15, still looking for her first boundary. Faster, flatter. Tries to rotate the strike. It's been that kind of day though. Just cannot get to the other end. Sitarana Magar. She's a certified legend of Nepalese cricket as well.
Quite rightly so. The oldest serving playing member in the side. And she's been a stalwart for the Nepal cricket team. She's been in such situations umpteen times. And that's why she looks unperturbed at this stage.
Anusha Nasser, top wicket taker for Pakistan at the Under-19 World Cup. You're not going to take wickets like that. Sitarana Magar, beautiful use of the feet. Splits that gap between cover and extra cover. Picks up her first boundary of the innings. Some impetus finally for Sita Rana Magar. 14 for no loss, 2 balls left in the power play.
She made her debut in 2007, Sitarana Magar, when Nepal played England. She also was part of the 2022 Fairbreak Invitational. You can tell us more on that, Jay.
Absolutely. Featured in back-to-back tournaments. The latest one in Hong Kong, of course. And you can see that big load up, Sita Rana Magar. One thing she loves doing as well is clearing long on and long off inside the power play. But Pakistan have given her nothing in her arc. Here we go, last ball of the power play. Long on, it's dropped back. Down the leg side, she's going to have to bowl that again. Bit of an expensive over, 7 runs off it so far, best over of the innings.
And a much needed one as well. You need to find ways of scoring runs, and these extras will certainly help.
Big wind up. Doesn't get it off the middle, but will sneak through for a single. 8 runs off the over. They've doubled their score, Nepal. They're looking better now. 16 for no loss at the conclusion of the power play.
Well, Rana was also adjudged the player of the tournament in the 2019 ICC Women's Qualifier. Loads of experience. It's 2023 for someone who's made a debut in 2007. A wealth of experience and knowledge will be imparted in the Nepali dugout to all the youngsters. You don't mind being a fly on the wall as well over there if you're a young Nepali cricketer. Just been given a chance to play for the national side.
Yeah, it's great for the likes of Kritika Marasini, for example. The former under-19 skipper. She's a left-arm spinner, much like Sita Rana Magar. And to have that mentor who also bowls the same variety as you, it makes it a lot easier to settle into international cricket. Ume's going to continue. Here from the Argyle Street end. One slip in position. Bang goes Sita Rana Magar. Doesn't get the distance, and it's taken by Gulfaroza. Massive celebrations here from Pakistan A. They've got their first breakthrough. Is this the opening they need to get back into the game?
20 deliveries for her 6, and finally something had to give way. The release shot only found the fielder, Firoza, and Rana Magar has to walk back. It's been a very scratchy start for her. She wasn't able to middle the ball. The invitation was there, went down on a knee, looked for the elevation and the distance. Very good catch, and Pakistan will be delighted, and this will certainly lift their game and spirits in the middle. She departs for 6. It's 16 for 1 in the 7th over.
Interesting move. It looks like we have Bindu Rawal coming in at number 3. They want to maintain that left-right combination. I definitely see the rationale behind this move. It's an interesting move. I don't think it's too bad of a move either. Bindu Rawal, she stitched together a really good partnership with Indu Burma in that 4th T20I against Malaysia. And that tour, of course, was earlier this month. So Nepal, they're coming into this series with 5 games under their belt. And these players as well, they're the full strength Nepal unit. They play together all the time. But for Pakistan A, for some of these players, they don't play together that regularly. So Nepal, there's clarity of roles in this Nepal lineup, and they won that series as well, 3-2.
Oh yes, they were playing a series after a gap of 1 year, as you rightly pointed out. And they're coming off a very good series win in Malaysia. And that should really augur well for the side, who's growing in confidence with each passing tournament. Indu Burma, spectacular with the ball early in the day. Can she double it up with an all-round effort?
Ume Hani, she's given nothing away. She's bowled 7 deliveries, 6 dots and a wicket. That's guided. That's a nice way to get off the mark. She might get more than 1. Nah, good bit of work, in fact, by backward point. Keeps it down to a single. Kabita Kunwar, she's got a boundary to her name already, clearing that fielder at mid-on around 10 or 15 minutes ago. And I like to see her at the top of the order as well. over the years, I feel like maybe she's come in a little bit too low. Saw her open in Malaysia as well. Tell you what, she's a boundary hitter. She likes to go after the bowling. You'll see the sweat on her face as well. She's going a bit red here, Kabita Kunwar. 4 really good overs in that first innings.
Kavita is still there in the middle. She's taken her time. 7 runs so far in 17 deliveries.
It's a little bit too wide. She's not going to cut that off. Is the outfield going to help Pakistan A? Yes, just about. Saida Aroob Shah, strong throw in fact, but she can't prevent the 2. It's poor delivery, Mikhail.
Oh yes, and wonderful execution there. The placement, brilliant. Just used the pace of the ball over there. Had to get on top of it. Just behind, backward of point and short gully.
A low full toss, hit straight back to the bowler. But I wonder now, with the field just spread out, if we're going to see more 1s and 2s being taken. It's a 2-part question. I'll get back to you in a bit. She's rushing through her overs here. Umehani pumped down the ground. Gulfaroza gets out that long barrier. Took such a good catch. But like I said, that question I was about to ask you. If you're Pakistan A, do you actually bring the field in at this point, try and cut off the singles?
Certainly if it's a new batter on strike, I'd want to apply more pressure and keep her on strike and not allow the more accomplished batter in the middle to get more strike. And that's why it's important that I call my fielders who are standing on the edge of the 30-yard circle even more inside, so that I'll have a more chance of bowling at her.
Full toss, gets away with that one. Ah, Bindu Rawal, I don't think she's too happy with herself. It was an absolute gift. It's a disappointing way to close out the 7th over for Nepal. Look at that, friendly full toss on the pads. Ooh, maybe just a meter to the left of that fielder on the leg side. That would have been a boundary. 20 for 1 after 7 overs. They need 68 off the last 78 deliveries. The required rate now 5.23 runs per over. It's the highest it's been so far in this chase. The good news for Nepal, they've still got Rubina Chaudhary waiting in that dugout.
Well, Nepal may have got only 20 in the first 7 overs. Because they're only chasing 88, that equation still looks very gettable. 68 or 78. And that's why their bowling effort and catches early in the day has just worked as cushion in the chase.
Tuba Hassan, leg spin for the first time today. She's swept away. It's only going to be 1. Tuba Hassan, so impressive in her debut series against Sri Lanka. It was around a year ago, in fact. She was so impressive in that series, Tuba Hassan. Hit a 6 as well, the only maximum of the day so far.
She did play the role of an impact player early in the day. She provided the impetus, got them to 88. As that was also looking an impossible total at one stage. There was a stoppage in play due to rain as well. Tuba Hassan, a lot of spin for both the teams, and after that hit for the left-handed batter, square leg goes to deep square leg.
5 fielders in the circle. That's a loose delivery though, I gotta say. Tuba Hassan. Yeah, it's tough actually being a wrist spinner in these conditions. The sun is starting to beat down now, but it's still very, very humid here in Tokwawan. Tokwawan, that's the region, of course, in which the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground is located. Giving you a bit of a geography lesson at home.
For everything about Hong Kong, Jaidan Singhani, the right man.
Big grunt from Tuba. That's guided away. Quick single. Oh no! A fumble there. It looks like Saida Aruba Shah. I tell you what, a clean collection. Let's take a look at this replay. Straight to the fielder. That was never a run there. Yeah, there you go. She wasn't even in the frame. Kabita Kunwar.
And that's exactly what I've been referring to. For the new batter, get your fielders closer.
Poor delivery. Couple of bounces running down towards us here at deep fine leg in the com box. A useful boundary here for Kabita Kunwar. And a horrible delivery, I have to say, from Tuba Hassan. 27 for 1 now. 2 balls left in the 8th over. That required right now back under 5 runs and over.
Absolute no panic here for the chasing side. They can consume as many deliveries because they'll be gifted with freebies like this. Nothing delivery, a gift.
Again, a big grunt to play and a miss. Yeah, she was looking for that gap. It's very hard to find that gap, in fact, between short third and that fielder at backward point. Last ball of the over, an expensive one, 7 off it so far. Oh, she was shaping up to go leg side, wasn't she? Digs it out.
Just about checked it at the last minute. Let me tell you, last second rather. She was ready for a big mighty heave over mid-wicket. But good comeback here by Hassan after conceding a 4. 7 in the first over, 8 gone. It's 27 for 1.
It's been a nice little spell here for Nepal. 19 runs coming in the last 3 overs. The wickets have dried up as well. Ume Hassan, though, took that big wicket of Sita Rana Magar, who's caught by Gul Firoza at long on. But just the 1 wicket to speak of so far for Pakistan A in this contest. I tell you what, I think it's just a little bit too close to call for me. But if I had to put my money somewhere, it would be on Nepal. Bindu Rawal facing up, beaten on the outside edge.
Well, Rawal's taking a time. But Kavita Kunwar, 15 and 24. She's playing the anchor role.
Shortens her length. That's an intelligent bit of bowling. Just keeping the batter guessing. You can see Bindu Rawal, she's really trying to look for that boundary. I think she's been given a message. We have wickets in hand. Let's go for it.
That one turned a lot. Half-hearted appeal, more of a formality. Because it struck the pads. That was high and just outside the line as well. But there's a lot of turn on the surface if you give that a rip. Bounce as well, Jay.
Tossed up, and that has to go down as a chance. It's a tough chance, I gotta say, but look, at the end of the day, behind the sticks, you got the gloves on.
Not a bad idea for Fatima to bring in a slip for the left-handed batter with that kind of turn. You want to attack, you want another wicket.
Yeah, just didn't get up in time, unfortunately. The keeper on that occasion. Ume Hani, she's made a proper impact so far. 2 balls left in this over. Pushed back. Ah, a bit of a misfield. I was just about to say. A procession of dot balls broken just now by that single down the ground.
The fielder just rolling over it. Did well to get to it. 28 for 1, 60 needed in 67 as far as the scoreboard is ticking. Nepal are reaching home. 9 wickets is what Pakistan need. Take a look at that shot once again. She did everything to get there, but didn't get down in time.
Shortens her length. That's a good way to close out the 9th over. Another good one, just 1 run off it. Ume Hani, she's been the pick of the bowlers so far. 1 for 5 in her 3 overs. And Nepal just slowing down a tad. They need 60 of 66 deliveries. It's getting closer and closer here at the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground. But I gotta say, what a pleasure it's been to bring you this tournament, the ACC Women's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. And a huge shout out as well to the ACC, trying to grow women's cricket. We only have female umpires, female officials here at the Women's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. Great work done as well by the grounds people. Cricket Hong Kong, fantastic hosts. Big appeal, it's close, it's very close. Yes, the umpire says it's spun back in. She thinks it's adjacent, and that's the end of Bindu Rawal.
She was tentative, she was unsure right from the start. She was unable to find that release shot and get going, and this time again stuck in the crease. The ball hitting the back pad, and no hesitation there for the umpire to raise her finger. Wicket number 2, Tuba strikes. Rawal departs for 3 in 10. Nepal lose their second at the score of 28. And this game now just coming back into the balance, with Pakistan just about finding a window of opportunity to bring themselves back into contest.
It looks like we're going to take a short break for drinks. We'll be with you, of course. What a great way to go into drinks for Pakistan, eh? It looked like maybe Nepal was starting to fight their way back into the contest. Ume Hani conceding just 1 run in that previous over, and I think that's what led to the pressure. Bindu Rawal, she looked busy at the crease. And Tuba Hassan finally landing one exactly where she should have landed it in the first place. That looked dead.
Neither forward nor back, and that's what happens when you're stuck in the crease. You just about help the bowler as well. Perfect line, perfect length, you miss, I hit kind of a situation. Much needed wicket. Just felt the shoulders were drooping for Pakistan with this partnership coming through. And you've got to keep striking if you have to remain in the contest, and that's exactly what they've done.
It's a big next few overs coming up as well. We have Indu Burma now walking in at number 4, as she so often does. And she's so good in these situations as well, Indu Burma. She's a very good batter in the middle overs. Keeps the scoreboard ticking. And like I said before, Rubina Chaitri still in that dugout, so they've got some muscle, they've got some firepower. And Rubina Chaitri definitely capable of clearing the boundary.
Ideally, if I'm Rubina Chaitri, I'll not want to come out to bat, Jay. I'll say, go and do it, my troops. Overall, this target of 88. Right after 9.1 overs, Pakistan were 51 for 3. They were going at a fair clip. Now Nepal have their target in mind. And that's why they've just about moving in second gear and not overdrive.
Yeah, very interesting comparison that. Things just completely fell apart for Pakistan in the second half of their innings. Full credit to Nepal. Guided. It's a good thing she was sent back, Indu Burma. There was no single on offer whatsoever. And I tell you what, she was one of the destroyers in chief as well, Indu Burma. The 3 wickets she took towards the end of that innings made a huge, huge impact on this contest.
But Tuba has settled into a very good line and length. Someone who can create opportunities, it's Tuba at the moment. Quick single towards point. Very good running. Good cricket here by Nepal. You don't really want to rely on the boundaries, Jay, when you're chasing 88. You can do it in singles and doubles as well.
15 not out. Kabita Kunwar on strike right now. Did well, waited on that, turned it away on the leg side. And those are the singles you were talking about as well. Very intelligent bit of cricket there.
It's not just about rotating the strike, they're also releasing the pressure here, Nepal. Just when you've got a wicket, you don't want to give these easy singles. Indu's off the mark already.
Upish! Oh, so close. So close to that fielder at cover. I tell you what, Kabita Kunwar as well should have been a little bit quicker running from the non-striker's end.
That was Captain Fatima there. I thought maybe the dive would come in at some stage. You think it was close enough for the fielder to put in a dive?
Guides it away. Short third, there's a chance. Big appeal. I don't think it's going to be referred. Good bit of running there from Indu Burma. Good backing up to close out the 10th over. So worth taking a look at this replay. How close was it? No, she was in quite comfortably, in fact, Indu Burma. Well-judged run.
It's all getting very easy right now for Nepal. They've not been troubled at all in the middle. They're getting the singles at will, and not delivery is being dispatched to the boundary as well. And this is where Pakistan need to be more proactive and just about think out of the box. What are the ways of inducing a wicket? How better can they apply more pressure is something that the captain and team management need to look into.
Vicious turn. And I like this. Umehani. She's going to bowl out. She's getting a 4th over right now. Let's take a look at the sharp turn on this. Oh my God, look at that. It pitched on a 4th, 5th stump line and struck her outside leg. She's been one of the best bowlers so far today. Tossed up, she goes down the ground. Kabita Kunwar gets through for a single. Welcome back, Suhas Vedam. Back in the comm box after a bit of a break.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jay. You're getting less of it today. The break. That's all right. We love calling the game, don't we? 33 for 2, Nepal in 10.2. I think this is going to be a crucial phase for Fatima Sana and co. What do you reckon about the captaincy? The field placement. The singles are still offered, even though the shots are within the 30-yard circle. But there's something in it for the spinners, actually. I think Tuba Hassan, if brought back, can do wonders. She was the one, actually, who picked up 3 wickets on her debut versus Sri Lanka. Because she's someone who's got the illusion of spin as well. And that extra bit of bounce.
You know, coming back to your point, the illusion of spin. Often, it's tempting to think about how threatening the degrees of spin are on a deck like this, but often it's the straighter ones, the ones that don't spin. Those are the ones that get you in trouble as a batter.
Absolutely right, and because you become a candidate of LBW only then. Umehani is utilizing every bit of her height here. She's getting that extra bit of bounce, which is lovely to watch. They've got to keep it tight here. Pakistan, you could see that bowling's been excellent. That's exactly why it's attracting a shot of that kind. Dancing down the track for a single. 37 for 2.
That was a decent over for Nepal, 5 runs off it. But the important thing for them, that required rate is still under 6 runs and over. It's going to be Tuba to continue in characteristic fashion, bowling with a cap on. Missed that sweep shot, big appeal. Has she fallen over? We're going to refer this to the 3rd umpire. A big moment in the game. Kabita Kunwar, she's been there for a while, since the start of the innings, in fact. It's not just a big moment in the game, it's a potentially massive moment in the context of semi-final qualification. Here we go, we've got the replay. Front foot, absolutely fine, no issues with that. She drags her foot out. Does she drag it back? Oh, a little unsighted there, Saida Aroob Shah.
Now, what is the tip of Saida Aroob Shah with the 3rd umpire? I don't know. She's there to obscure. It's just the field setting. But she's left just enough room for the decision to be made.
This should be an easy one. I think she's out. Yeah, absolutely. Red light. 3rd wicket down now for Nepal. 37 for 3 with 5 balls left in the 12th over. Pakistan A. 3rd wicket in quick succession. But look, Tuba Hassan, she struggled in that first over. Full credit to her. She's found her radar and she's dismissed Kabita Kunwar this time, who has to walk back to the dugout for 20 of 32 deliveries. And Suhas, you know what this means. It means that it's going to be Rubina Chaitri, Captain Fantastic for Nepal, walking in at number 5. This is a huge innings for her. And a huge innings for Nepal in the context of this tournament. Imagine Imagine if they pull off a mini upset against Pakistan A in their first game. What a way that would be to start the tournament.
I'll tell you what, the attitude of Nepal has been excellent the moment they hit the field today, and they wouldn't call it an upset at all. Rubina Chetri. The good news for Nepal is that she's in good form. One player of the match award as well in the recently concluded series against Malaysia in the same format. Not often does the bowler give a wide before the umpire does.
A huge grunt as well, Tuba Hassan. Trying to get some proper turn off this wicket.
Wow. Little turn, but more bounce. Turn, bounce, and the straighter one. She can write a book about it.
Yeah, worth taking a look at this. Comes from wide of the crease, angles it in. Oh, Rubina Chetri doesn't go for it, and wisely so.
Oh, superb stop. Not even allowing the opposition to think of a run, let alone execute it. The ICC Women's Player of the Month in May 2022. Tuba. What a talent for Pakistan. This one didn't turn as much. Even though Rubina Chetri was waiting deep inside the crease for the ball to turn.
I'll tell you what, the nerd in me loves this symmetry.
I could almost sense it. It was simmering. I could almost sense it. You've done enough commentary with you. Go for it, Jay.
You knew exactly what I was going to say. 50 balls left, 50 runs needed. I love it.
Oh, excellent stop. Rubina Chetri is not being allowed to take a run. She has to break out of prison here.
Yeah, 4 consecutive dots to kick off her innings. Look at that. She hit it hard, just couldn't find the gap there. Good bit of work, in fact. That fielder at cover. Last ball left. Could it be a wicket maiden? She's prevented the wicket maiden. Has she picked up a boundary? Not quite. Fatima Sana in hot pursuit will keep it down to 2.
12 overs gone, 40 for 3. A fantastic over from Tuba Hassan.
That symmetry has been maintained. 48 needed of exactly 48 deliveries. Suhas, I'm going to put you on the spot. Pick a favorite.
You know that I can't. You know I'm a neutral. You're doing it deliberately, aren't you? You know where I'm coming from as well. Quite literally too. And the Nepal tour was fantastic indeed. Now Kumar's 20 of 32 was lovely to watch while it lasted. Najiha was excellent behind the wicket to send her back. Magar was struggling with the bat in hand today. And Indu and Chetri, no matter where they come into bat, they find themselves in the middle together.
Going exactly 3.33 runs on an over right now, Nepal. 3 wickets as well. That's tough. Change of bowling, Saida Rupshaw.
I just get a feeling, Jay, that that's lovely delivery. Lovely delivery to start off with Saida Rupshaw. I just get a feeling that Fatima Sana is looking around and asking everyone, who can bowl spin? Put your hand up. The surface is yours.
That's a perfectly legitimate strategy.
She's got a good googly as well, Saida Rupshaw. And the leg spinner is doing the trick at the moment.
The amateur leg spinner in me was really excited yesterday. He's excited today as well.
Concerned faces as the game hangs in the balance. We've seen it before as early as yesterday, as recent as yesterday, that a runner ball equation like this can also be tight if the surface wants it to be.
Oh, you're absolutely right. What a thriller that was on day 1. They just got to keep their cool though, Nepal. Try and pick up singles whenever possible. Rubina Chetri, definitely, she can clear the ropes.
Oh, got her this time! I think she just played down the wrong line or didn't offer a shot at all. Saida Rupshaw's extra bit of pace on that one has gotten the better of Indu Verma. This is a huge wicket in the context of the game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's take a look at this. We got a little bit of drift in fact, that just went on with the arm there from Saida Rupshah, just as we were saying. Often, it's the one that doesn't spin. That's the dangerous one. That's the one you have to watch out for. Indu Verma dismissed for 4 of 9 deliveries. Nepal, 40 for 4. But you get the feeling maybe after that wicket, the pendulum just shifting in favour of Pakistan A. We've said her name over and over again, Rubina Chaudhary. She's undefeated on 2 of 5, still very young in her innings. And it's Samjana Khadka walking in at number 6. Took a couple of nice catches, in fact, on the boundary in the first innings. So she's already made a contribution in this game, Samjana Khadka. And she's going to need a contribution with the bat as well. Nepal, they need a partnership. They need some runs. They need some impetus in this innings.
Beautiful delivery. The thing is that Khadka would have also watched the way Indu Verma got out, and it isn't a very different delivery from the previous one. You always play for the turn. That way, you're trying to cover the line. That should break the shackles though. Khadka getting off the mark a little early in the innings compared to all the others who've batted recently.
She picks up a single, and after 13, it's 41 for 4. Let's take a look at that last wicket. Beautiful. The other one just going on with the arm there. Indu Verma had no idea. It's a big wicket as well. We spoke about how Indu Verma's really good in those middle overs, but couldn't quite make a contribution today. Just 4 of 9 for the number 4 Nepali batter.
The spinners are weaving a lovely web. Tuba to continue. That's not the best of her deliveries. The gift has been accepted gleefully by Khadka. Put away for 4.
Loose. Loose, very loose in fact, from Tuba Hassan. Just as you were talking her up as well. But no, easy pickings there for the right-hander. Picks up her first boundary early in her innings as well. That's so important, Samjana Khadka.
There was a loose delivery after, I think, 4 overs. Much better. But that single will still not be negated. This is a good start for Nepal in this over. Collecting a boundary early on and then a single. Puts Captain Rubina Chaudhary on strike. Rubina Chaudhary versus leg spin has been the side note that we've been reading. That appeal was more out of excitement, less of belief in their...
Tell you what, interesting field set. 5 fielders in the circle for both of these batters. But for Rubina Chaudhary, who just missed that delivery, she was squared up. For Rubina Chaudhary, that's an extra fielder in the circle on the leg side.
Wait a minute, was there deflection? She's accepting the ball onto the bat. She's not moving towards the ball, if you would say. She's quite content playing it off the back foot. The danger that it presents is that when you're camping on your back foot and the ball skids on, much like it does for Hassan and Saida Rupshah, thank you. You just know that you're a candidate for LBW then. If it's a full toss, then it's ought to be put away. Chaudhary doesn't mind doing this any day of the week. Beautiful.
Yeah, 50 up as well now for Nepal. We were talking about spin. You're not going to get a lot of spin with these full tosses, that's for sure. Easy pickings, Rubina Chaudhary. Knew where the gap was. Got some good power on it and a very useful boundary at a crucial juncture as well, Suhas.
Yeah, one can understand that Chaudhary was sitting deep inside the crease, but she's not going to let that one bounce. As Jay beautifully puts it, it's a friendly full toss. It's not, it's innocuous. Jay, but I still believe if Tuba can make Chetri reach out for the ball a little more, then there's more scope. Look at that, well within her comfort zone there, Chetri.
Yeah, end of an interesting spell, in fact, from Tuba Hassan. 2 very good overs and 2 very loose overs, her first and her last over. 2 for 23 in her 4. Nepal, they're 50 for 4. They need 38 off the last 6 overs.
Dot ball. Just the way Saida wanted to start this over. Giving nothing away there. Saida Rupsha 1.1, 1 for 1. All ones. Good delivery. I think she'd made her mind up that she's going to present a dead bat to it even before the ball arrived.
Tell you what, we're at the stage of the game where every single ball is an event. Every single dot ball just pushes up that required rate. 6.71, that's the required rate right now.
Would that be taken? No, it's safe. Just for a moment I thought that the fielder was in control, but the ball ballooned on her. Khadka lives to tell another tale. That's much required for Nepal at the moment. They can't afford to lose a wicket here. Singles will keep them in the hunt, but an odd boundary will keep them much ahead of what's required. They got one with a poor delivery that Chetri wasted no time in putting away. And that's a poor ball as well. Chetri wanted to get some bat on it. Rubina and the affair of the leg side. This is just something that has to be discussed. There's an extra fielder on the leg side you mentioned, Jay, but it doesn't matter for Rubina. She's still going that way because the balls are allowing her to play shots on the leg side. Ah, that's much better. Again, the lack of turn, extra bit of bounce, perfect ingredients to trouble the batter.
Yeah, no doubt she's been right on the money. 2 balls left in the second over, only conceded 3 runs, picked up a big wicket as well.
Credit to the curator actually, with all the mood swings that the surface has. He's bound together a brilliant one. Not in great control, but the single is eventually taken.
Look at that required rate, getting closer and closer to 7 runs and over. Samjana Karka, can she get a boundary away?
Found it difficult then, Ajiha, to keep it under control. In the air, this should be taken. The wicket's fallen. Khadka's resistance has come to an end, and Nepal have lost half their side for 53. And at the right juncture, Saida doesn't disappoint as she picks up her second.
Yeah, an absolutely massive moment in the context of this chase. 35 now needed off just 30 deliveries. That required rate just keeps climbing here for Nepal. I've said it before, I'll say it again. They've still got Rubina Chetri in the middle right now, but wickets are falling around her. They're running out of time. They're running out of wickets here. Nepal did a fantastic job to limit Pakistan A to 87 all out in that first innings. But there's a threat that all that hard work, all that good work might come undone. You got to give credit to Pakistan A though, especially their spinners. Saida Aroop Shah, what a spell it's been. 2 for 3 in her first 2 overs. What a great time to welcome back Mikhail Vaswani.
Hi Jay, what a time to come in as well. Half the side back in the dugout, 30 deliveries left, and Pakistan have set the saddle on the right horse, and that's Anup Shah. She'll certainly make a difference. 2 wickets in 2 overs. This match again has the ingredients of a blockbuster. Nicely bowled. Again, didn't get to the pitch of the ball, just lobbed it to covers, and a straightforward catch to captain Fatima Sana. and they are delighted. Pakistan very much in the mix at the moment, and this game can go either ways. The pendulum is oscillating here and there every now and then.
Change in bowling. Left arm spinner Anusha Nasir back into the attack. It's going to be Rubina Chaitri on strike, hitting to a longer straight boundary. Keeps a bit low. Another dot ball. Saida Aroob Shah, that player we were just talking about. She captained Pakistan as well at the Under-19 World Cup. Made a senior team debut all the way back in 2019. So she's young, but she's been around for a bit. Crossed up again down the leg side. Oh my God, that's Boulder. That's spun back. And it's clipped the leg stump of Rubina Chaitri. An absolutely massive wicket. And you get the feeling Pakistan A now in firm control of this game.
It's the spin that is working wonders here for Pakistan. Captain Rubina Chaitri plays all around it. It's been bowled around the stumps, around the legs, beg your pardon. And she did mention to her batter who was walking in that there is turn, so be careful. So the captain departs for 6, and Nepal all of a sudden are staring down the barrel. Pakistan right in the game. And now they seem to be favourites as well, because they are going to dig deep into the Nepal lower order.
Yeah, and it actually looked like it came off her hip there. Going for the sweep shot, Rubina Chaitri. I thought maybe it spun back from outside leg stump. I was a bit unsighted. But look, at the end of the day, a wicket is a wicket, especially if it's the huge scalp of Rubina Chaitri, and it's hard to see a way back now for Nepal. 35 needed off 28, the wicketkeeper batter. Jyoti Pandey walks in at number 8.
No run!
Nice and straight, nice and straight. Anusha Nasir took 10 wickets at the Under-19 World Cup. Look at this wicket. Yeah, just coming off her body, maybe just coming off her forearm or her glove.
That's in the air, just dropped short of the field and long gone. Sadaf was there, she was in two minds, go for it or take it on the bounce. Just manages to save runs as well, just concedes a single, and that was a smarter thing to do. However, had she been a little bit more alert, I felt she could have gone for the catch as well, because that was in the air for a while.
That's leg. Thank you.
It was in the air for a while. It's never easy. Remember, it rained some time back, so it's going to be a little slippery and marshy in that part of the field. But she did well to keep it to 1. Turn again. I'll tell you what, the spinners are actually bringing, or rather have brought Pakistan into this game. 34 in 25. Their asking rate is going to climb at a rapid speed. 2 new batters in the middle.
Last ball coming up. It's straight back to the bowler. Successful over here for Pakistan A. Just 1 run off it, and a big, massive, colossal wicket of Rubina Chaitri. It's 54 for 6. They need 34 off the last 4 overs, Nepal. They need boundaries.
Oh yes, Nepal needs someone who can just get them 15-20 runs in an over. 2 big hits just to tilt the equation in their favor. At the moment, Nepal is playing catch up all of a sudden from being contenders' favourites. Look at that. Just 1 batter getting into double figures. 20 of 32 for Kanwar, but after that, Magar, Rawal, Indu, Chaitri and Khatka. 6-3, 4-6-7. Joshi and Jyoti, 2 new batters. And after that, there's Brahmacharya, Marasini and Begum as well. But at the moment, all eyes on Anup Shah. She's come in and just about broken the back of the Nepal batting.
That's on the leg side. Put away. This is running down to the boundary. Is it going to get there? Jyoti Pandey running hard with Kabita Joshi. It's only 2 runs. It slows up. Slows up in that slow outfield. Impacted, of course, this outfield by a little bit of rain a few hours ago. It's a useful way to start off the over. But they need some of those balls to cross the boundary. Maybe a maximum as well, just to bridge that gap between runs and balls.
And that's why Tuba's innings, that impetus that she came, is now coming in so handy. Jai Dansinghani. You take her runs off, and then this equation could have gotten easier for Nepal.
Yeah, she only scored 9 runs, but she did hit that maximum. Oh, beaten. Saida Aroob Shah. Pinpoint accurate so far today. A generous amount of turn for the tall leg spinner.
Beautifully bowled. A typical perfect leg spinner's delivery there.
Just love how she's getting through her action. Put the markers on her. Drifts down leg side again. It's only a single though.
That should have been 2. That's why it's important you convert this single into double sometime. 31 and 21 is all changed in a matter of no time. Aroob Shah into a third over, 2 for 6 for her.
The 5 fielders inside the circle. All 5 except 1 are on the heels of that 25-yard circle. They don't mind giving away singles. Halfway through the 17th. Nepal, how can they pick up a boundary? Maybe like that. She's found the gap. Square of the wicket on the offside, and that's the boundary we were talking about. Well done, Kabita Joshi. Great way to get off the mark.
And I'll tell you what, all of Nepal will be glued to their television sets at the moment. And if Joshi can bring out shots like this, an ordinary delivery, use the depth of the crease, and once she got past the fielder at backward point, that had enough legs to go for a 4. And every run will be cheered for, let me tell you, back in Nepal. This is turning out to be a close finish once again.
Is she going to go back to back? Doesn't quite find the gap. A useful dot ball here for Pakistan A. Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that. It's a stacked offside field, I have to say. Not easy to find that gap.
3 in the deep on the onside, long gone deep mid wicket and deep backward square leg. There's no protection on the offside. Everyone inside the circle.
Tries to nudge it away for a single. Intelligent bit of cricket. She's going to keep the strike. 26 needed off the last 3 overs.
Chair, either Joshi or Jyoti need to target an over now in the next 3. You don't want to take it to the last over, to be very honest. You have to find a way out to release the pressure and get that equation to a little under 10 in the last 2 maybe, or the last over as well. That's why this over is going to be very important.
I'm very impressed with Fatima Sana's captaincy. Her bowling changes, her field setting, and now she's brought herself back into the attack. I think she's going to bowl the 18th and the 20th over. Fatima Sana, a regular member of Pakistan's first choice 11, one of the first names on the team sheet, chosen to captain this Pakistan A team at the ACC Women's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. Didn't have a big total to defend, but she's got the best out of her bowlers, especially the spinners. Used her slow bowlers so well, Fatima Sana. 26 needed, 3 overs left. Pakistan A, their favourites. Bang! Work to do. Deep third. Comes around. Anusha Nasir, a nice throw in, keeps it down to 1.
Yes, you get the impression that Jyoti will be throwing a bat at virtually everything now. Should I say Joshi rather. You have to throw the kitchen sink from this stage. Beautiful fielding. The release, pick up and release as well. 25 of 17. They have to find a boundary in this over, Nepal.
No run there. Another dot, useful. That required rate now getting closer and closer to 10 runs and over. And like you said, Mikhail, you don't want to be chasing anything more than 10 in that final over.
That's why it's important. Either Jyoti gets the boundary or gets Joshi on strike. That's how it should be. What a contest. Similar situation on day 1 as well in the first game.
She goes leg side. Early call for a single. They're thinking about 2. Are they going to come back for it? No. Mid-wicket does well. I think that's Tuba Hassan over there. Just one run. 24 needed now off 15 deliveries. We're both on the edge of our seats. We're leaning into this contest quite literally, you and I, Mikhail.
And I'm sure the dugouts as well, Jay. The way this match has panned out to be. Either team's in with a chance at the moment, but I'd want to believe Pakistan just about feeling they have that 1 foot across the finishing line.
Cut the tension with the thread as well. Slower delivery, intelligent bit of bowling, but no, it's signalled wide. I spoke too soon. Fatima Sana, she's not arguing with that.
Well, the intent was right. Execution was a little wayward. And what I liked about Fatima's captaincy, she's starting to understand and preempting the approach of Joshi. Because Joshi is going for the big hits from here on. A slow delivery, not a bad idea at all. One more wicket here, and Nepal almost down and out.
Swing and a miss. I think Fatima Sana knows exactly what Joshi's trying to do. Coming back to your point, she's clearing that left leg, isn't she, Joshi? Trying to create some room for herself. So I think that's why we see Fatima Sana just throwing it out a little bit wide.
Fine up in the circle, not bad idea to go for a scoop. Over the infield, a little bit of improvisation, a little bit of innovation. We do see some very innovative cricket in the shorter formats, and particularly this part of the game when we are approaching the death.
Slower delivery, look at that. A slower Yorker there from Fatima Sana, and a very, very useful dot ball. Couldn't do anything with that, Gabita Joshi.
She may not have the wickets to her column, but look at those figures. Into her 18th delivery, and she's only conceded 8 runs, and that's what you expect from a captain up front and in the death. Old ball, a new ball. The job is simple. Take wickets and contain.
Contain is exactly what she's done. Only 3 off the first 5 deliveries. A big, big last ball coming up here. Joshi, can she get hold of one? That's high. I don't think it's long enough. Where's that gone? Lands in no man's land. They scamper through for a single. It's only going to be a single. Well done, Fatima Sana. Just 4 runs off that over. It's all sixes. 66 for 6. Nepal after 18.
And she'll come back to bowl the final over as well, and this has been a brilliant 6 deliveries. Digging it short. Just felt the batters could have chanced the second run for the arm. Kavita Joshi will retain strike. .22 needed in 12.
And surely this is the over they need to target. 22 needed off 12 deliveries. You're hitting to a short straight boundary. We haven't really seen Nepal take advantage of these ground dimensions, these lopsided ground dimensions. It's something Isha Oza did really well yesterday, pumping 2 maximums over long on. And she's played here before as well at a bilateral series in 2018, Kavita Joshi. Nepal were over here playing against Hong Kong. On the legs, early call for a single. That's all it's going to be. Gul Feroza took a good catch early in the innings, cuts it down to just 1.
Well, the big hits have eluded Nepal, and that's something that's really going to hurt them at this stage if they don't find one in the next few deliveries. 21 in 11. Saida into a final over.
Pandey on strike. Big swing. I think a bit of an outside edge, just running down to deep third. Is it going to get there? Oh, she just about pulls that in. Sadaf Shamas.
Very poor running. They should have been too easily. They've just managed one. Kavita back on strike. Where is the big hit going to come from? Which part of the ground? As you spoke about the dimensions, it's in the way, the straighter boundaries that can come in very handy. Anup Shah 2 for 13, getting the ball to turn as well.
Exactly 2 runs a ball required now. Moves across her stumps, misses it. It was very close to that guideline outside the off stump, but because she moved across her stumps, she wasn't rewarded with a wide delivery. 20 off 9. It's very hard now for Nepal. 3 balls left in her spell. That's smashed through the covers. Doesn't find the gap. Deep cover. Easy bit of work for her. Just a single.
19 and 8. Easy equation, easy way out. 3 big hits and you're almost there. But where do the 3 big hits come from at this stage? Because even the boundaries have dried up.
Full toss. Doesn't take full advantage of that. Again, an identical result. Just not quite good enough here for Nepal. They need another 18 runs. They have 7 deliveries left.
How quickly this game has changed complexion and nature. For the large part of it, Nepal was dominating. And all of a sudden, Pakistan has sprung back into winning ways.
Last ball of the 19th. Smashed. Good sound off the bat. Deep cover. Is going to spoil the party yet again for Nepal. So a single to close out the penultimate over. It's 71 for 6. 17 needed off the final over. They're running out of time. They're running out of balls here. Nepal against Pakistan A. And remember, only 8 runs coming in the first 5 overs. And you get a feeling maybe that start from Nepal was a little bit too circumspect. But at the same time, you have to give credit where credit is due. Pakistan A, especially their spinners, near flawless in that first half of the innings.
And fair to say, the batters of Nepal have undone the good work done by the fielders and the bowlers early in the day. When you restrict a side to 87, you practically pocketed the game.
Nudged away in the leg side. Early call of a single. Bit of a misfield. But I don't think it's going to bother Pakistan too much. The main thing is cutting off those boundaries.
And the way Sana has bowled this morning, it's not easy to get her away as well with the big hits. Now that could have easily been a chance had she collected it clean and had a throw at the stumps. Kavita Joshi was struggling to get to the other end.
16 off 5. 2 maximums, a boundary will do it. Smash down the ground, that's not going to be a boundary. Easily fielded. 15 off 4 with every single delivery. The chances of a Nepalese victory are shrinking.
And the Pakistan win getting all the more eminent at this stage, and what a comeback it's been. Brilliant by Pakistan. Nowhere in the game, and suddenly they have shown a lot of class and courage.
Slow delivery, digs it out. Ooh! The batter just getting in the way of Fatima Sana. Nonetheless, it's only a single. 14 off 3. Unlikely equation has become even tougher after that Yorker. Full credit to the captain.
Great fight back and a great comeback by the girls in green. They've had to believe in their abilities and skills, and they've done an exceptional job of it.
She idolizes Elise Perry, does Fatima Sana. She's bowled like her today. That's whipped away in the leg side. Bit of work to do here. But again, just a single. 13 required off 2. They can tie the game with 2 big hits. But if you're Pakistan A, the chances of victory look very, very good right now. Penultimate delivery coming up. Fatima Sana, she's got that headband on. The captain, she's also wearing the captain's armband. She's bowled like a captain. Slow delivery in the air, just about clearing the infield. It's running down to the boundary. It's not going to get there. It's only going to be 2 runs. So just formalities now. It should be easy enough for Pakistan. It's not numerically impossible, of course, but they need a no ball. They need an extra. They need a miracle right now, do Nepal.
And at the moment, the way Pakistan has bowled, I'm sure the miracle is just about disappearing as well, because just about a matter of time before the inevitable happens.
Slow delivery, smashed down the ground, long on. We'll keep it down to a single. And well done, Pakistan A. They've successfully defended a total of 87 on day 2 of the ACC Women's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. At the halfway stage, I tell you what, I wasn't quite fancying, I beg your pardon, Pakistan A's chances.
Put into bat, Pakistan were all over the place. Coming to defend their target of 88, they produced magic in the middle with the ball as they go on to win this contest, their first game and first victory, and register their first points in the points table as well. A win by 9 runs. Nepal, well, a lot left to be desired after a spectacular bowling effort. It's the batters that faltered. The opening batters did show some spunk, particularly it was Kabita Kunwar, but after that not many showed any mettle. And it's the victorious Pakistan team that walked back to the dugout this after they beat Nepal in match 3 of the Women's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023 by 9 runs. And this will certainly serve their confidence. Pleasantries exchanged, but Nepal go back to the dugout with a lot of thinking to do.
Yeah, no doubt. Samson Jung Thapa, Rubina Chaitri. Feel like it's going to be a relatively long post-mortem with the rest of their team. But they started just a little bit too slowly here, Nepal. And they just couldn't quite contend with that spin threat from Pakistan. But Pakistan A, look, they've got a lot to ponder as well. 87 all out. 9 times out of 10, you are not going to win a game if you're 87 all out in the first innings. They came back very strongly with the ball. Make no mistake about that. Beautiful backdrop here at the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground. But not a very beautiful scorecard if you're Nepal. 20 at the top for Kabita Kunwar. 6, 3, 4, 6, 7. That's the problem for numbers 2 to 6. Just couldn't get out of double figures. Kabita Joshi, she tried hard along with Jyoti Pandey towards the end, but it was a little bit too much to do, and they couldn't catch up. 78 for 6. That's what they end on. The bowling card though, Pakistan A fans, take a picture of this. 2 wickets apiece for Saida Aroob Shah and Tuba Hassan. But I think it was Ume Hani, the pick of the bowlers, 1 for 10 in her 4 overs. Anusha Nasser as well, the left arm spinner, barely put a foot wrong, 1 for 12. Fatima Sana, statistically, one of the least economical bowlers, but don't read into that. Those last 2 overs she bowled at the death were darn near perfect, Mikhail. None for 16 in her 4 overs.
And that's why we talk about the comeback of Pakistan in this game. The batters faltered, the bowlers stood up, and it has been a standout bowling performance. Hassan and Saida, as Jay pointed out, 39 runs between them in the 8 overs, accounting for 4 wickets. Anusha and Ume as well, a wicket apiece for them. In their 8 overs, they gave away only 22 runs, and that's what you expect from your frontline bowlers, to come and defend a target as low as 88. Nepal, for a large part of the game, were cruising. Then all of a sudden, the middle order blip meant they were just sliding in this contest, and they'll have to come back stronger in the next game because the opponents get tougher in Group A. Nevertheless, a good win here for Pakistan. They'll want to really work on their batting in the next game. However, they'll take this win and enjoy a hearty lunch.
Yeah, you know, another interesting angle with this result. I'll get back to that in a bit. The innings highlights, first boundary for Kabita Kunwar, but then they had to wait a while for that second boundary. Sita Rana Magar, top edge, she was taken in the deep. Look at that celebration. Gul Feroza shows how much it means to Pakistan. There was a loose delivery. Nepal mounted a bit of a comeback, but Tuba Hassan got one right, trapped Bindu Rawal in front. And that kicked off a procession of wickets here for Pakistan A. That's stumping. Beautiful bit of work behind the stumps. And then Saida Aroob Shah chipped in with 2 wickets, including that straighter one. Look at that big celebration. Tuba Hassan, she took a second wicket. But she also gave away a few full tosses in that last over. And at that point, we thought with Rubina Chaitri still at the crease, maybe Nepal could pull it off. Samjana Karka, she was taken. The required rate skyrocketed beyond 7 runs and over. Anusha Nasser came back, struck straight away, getting Rubina Chaitri. That was probably the game-winning moment, in spite of a beautiful cut shot and some rear-guard action. The result for Pakistan A, the win for Pakistan A, was never really in doubt after the dismissal of Rubina Chaudhry. Very impressive, winning by 9 runs here today at the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground.
Oh yes, and a well-executed win here for Pakistan A. This is the match summary put into bat. Shawal got 20 out of 36. Sana and Sadaf as well got into double figures, but they never got going as a unit, as the batters never stitched together a considerable partnership. Indu was the pick of the bowlers for Nepal. 3 for 6 for her. Kunwara Joshi as well accounted for 4 wickets together, giving away only 28 runs. In the chase, Kunwar was promoted, drafted as an opener. She's done that in the past as well, and she got going, but she lost out of partners every now and then as she saw wickets falling. 2, 3, 4 and 5 just didn't contribute. By the end of it, it was too much for Joshi and Jyoti to overall, and it was just a matter of time before Pakistan went on to win this game by 9 runs. Saida came in the middle overs and got 2 for 16. Tuba Hassan, 2 for 23 for her. Played a small little cameo with the bat as well, getting a big hit out of the stadium. And Ume as well, 1 for 10 for her, with an economy of little over 2, was the pick of the bowlers. So a confirmation, Pakistan winning their first game in Group A by 9 runs. And that's been the story. So we're done with match number 3, and we're all set for another match lined up as well later on in the day. Remember, it's been a day of double headers, and we'll be getting you all these matches live on your networks into your drawing rooms. Just a quick reminder, the double header that's lined up, it's going to be home side Hong Kong taking on India A. That'll be coming in some time from now. Just the right time to head across to the presentation ceremony. Suha standing by.
I guess it's okay to have a bit of a delay.
Yeah, they can put the graphics.
Yeah.
Kerry Chan, right?
Carry.
Carry Chan?
Carry.
Kerry Chan.
Yeah.
So I can ask her about there's been a change in the set management as well.
Yeah.
And also quite a few players are coming into the side. So I'm sure it's going to be a welcome change, something on those lines.
Yeah. Perfect.
Welcome change to your side, not just on the field but off the field as well. Exciting times ahead.
Or you could say something like, you had the likes of Mariko, Ruchi.
Of 32.
A bit here? Or you can just a bit?
Pakistan A taking on Nepal today. What a lovely game of cricket we've had. Nepal winning the toss, choosing to bowl first, restricting Pakistan A for 87, but being humbled eventually as 88 proved to be a distant dream thanks to the middle overs of Pakistan A and their spin bowlers. Welcome to the post-match presentation of the ACC Women's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023 for this game between Pakistan A and Nepal. The Asian Cricket Council would like to thank the host Cricket Hong Kong, the rights holders IPG Group, and all the sponsors for their support. Thank you so much. Without further ado, let me introduce you to the presentation party. We have with us Mr. Anup Gidwani, board member, Cricket Hong Kong. Let's quickly have a chat with the captain who came second, Rubina Chhetri. Rubina, 87 at the halfway mark. You would take that any day?
Yeah, definitely. We thought we would make a mark, but it's a learning experience for my team. So definitely we try to learn from them, and whatever is the condition, we'll try and take it and go to the next match.
Your coach were also in the opinion that the surface is very similar to Mulpani, where we played a lot of cricket. What changed in between?
Yeah, it was same actually. The one we played in the Malaysia also, it was quite similar. So we thought it would be slow earlier when we saw the match yesterday, and we were actually planning that we'll bowl first in the meetings also, and then we were planning with the spinners that you guys have to bowl, and with the slow bowlers as well. So plan worked in a bowling side, but batting definitely is a part of concern for our team. But being as a captain and leading from the front, it's like playing with the test country definitely will give us some nervousness and anxiety, which what shows with the team as well and with the players as well. So that is what we came here for the experience and for more better cricket.
Hard luck, Rubina. All the best for the next one then.
Thank you very much.
Rubina Chhetri, the captain who came second. It's time to invite the winning skipper, Fatima Sana. Congratulations, Fatima. पहले तो जब आपके जहन में चल रहा था कि 87 बने हैं, 88, कैसा लग रहा था आपको, और क्या आपने गर्ल्स को कह रहे थे कि स्पिनर्स ही हम जिताएंगे आज?
नहीं, हमने ये देख लिया था कि विकेट में ब्रेक है, तो यही हमारा था कि हम लोग स्पिनर्स के ऑलरेडी हम लोग उस पर रिलाई करते हैं, तो हमारा यही था कि स्पिनर्स अच्छा ब्रेक करें तो हम लोग भी उनको रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर सकते हैं.
बॉलिंग में खासकर प्लान बहुत सिंपल लगा मुझे. आपने 5 गेंदबाजों का इस्तेमाल किया, आपको भी उसमें शामिल करते हुए, और उन्होंने पूरे 20 ओवर करा दिए.
बिल्कुल, हम लोग ये डिसाइड करके आए थे कि हमारे, क्योंकि विकेट हमने देख ली थी तो हमें आइडिया था कि यहाँ पे ब्रेक हो रहा है. कल के मैचेस देखे थे तो उससे आइडिया हो गया था यहाँ पे ब्रेक है, तो उसी वजह से हम लोग अपने स्पिनर्स पे रिलाई कर रहे थे, तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह उन्होंने अच्छी बॉलिंग करी.
एक चीज़ जो पाकिस्तान ए साइड के बारे में झलकती है बहुत खूब कि स्पिनर्स एक दूसरे को कॉम्प्लीमेंट ज़्यादा करते हैं, वो क्यों ना अरूब हो या फिर उमेहानी हो.
बस अभी सारे यंगस्टर्स हैं, सबको यही है कि एक दूसरा जितने भी हैं सब अच्छा करें, तो सबका यही है कि खुद अच्छा करें तो दूसरे भी अच्छा करें, तो ये एक अच्छी चीज़ है कि यूनिटी है टीम में.
ज़बरदस्त डेथ बॉलिंग भी हुई और आपने शिकंजा कसा था मिडल ओवर्स में. कंग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन द विन.
थैंक यू.
A very important win in their first encounter for Pakistan A. It's time to give away silverware. For the player of the match, I request Mr. Anup Gidwani, board member of Cricket Hong Kong, to give away that lovely trophy to the player of the match. And it shall be Kabita Kumar, 20 of 32, and then 2 wickets with the ball in hand as well, an all-round performance. Very well-deserved trophy this, an all-round performance. Couldn't take her team over the line, but it's a memorable performance nonetheless. Kavita. Congratulations, first of all, on this performance, though. Where do you think the steam was let off? Because I really felt that 88 on a track of this kind can get there with the kind of batting lineup you have.
Yeah, my only focus the ball, and I'm opener batsman, so my team trust me and focus ball to ball, and that's it.
Now, Rubina did not open versus Malaysia either. Is Kavita Kumar the regular opener? Can we say that?
Yeah, I'm back to Malaysia and come to here. I'm opener opener batsman, and then trust my team.
And finally, as far as the bowling is concerned, it seems like you're always talking to Jyoti. What are you talking about? Are they counter signs?
No, only Jyoti Didi call me, only focus the line to line and ball, not of extra, and that's it.
Hard luck today, but all the best for the next one. Congratulations on the trophy.
Yeah, thank you.
Kavita Kumar, the player of the match. That's all we got for you from the post-match presentation. Back to you in the comms.
Well, thank you, Suhas. And that was a wonderful victory there for Pakistan. A win by 9 runs, and good to see Kavita Kunwar as well turning the role of an opener. Well, in a short time from now, we'll have Hong Kong playing India in the second game of the doubleheader. Stay tuned for that. We'll be back with live action.